Alright. Hello, Kevo, by the way. I don't know what mafakakaka means, but you know, welcome to today's stream. Today is Sunday, July 6, 2025. I have my air conditioner on because it's really hot. Maybe I'll turn it off soon. Well, it's not really hot. It's more like humid, you know? It's like humid ever makes everything more hot. Anyway. But today, I'm gonna try out this game. You know, Project Hollow. I just found it randomly. Like, I wasn't sure what I wanted to play. And so I was just browsing itch.io, and it's like, I don't know. Hard to find like good games. You know, I feel like I've kind of scratched the bottom of the barrel, at least for things that have already been made. Anyway, so I look at jams. You know, jams are hard to find. You know, when I look at jams, like, I don't know, I wish there was a better way to organize it. Look at this. Like, how am I supposed to like look through all these jams? This is like way too many. Like, it's so, I don't know. You can sort it by like, I don't know, like in progress and like ended recently. You know, because I want to see finished games, but I don't know, I wish there was a better way to sort it, you know, because I want to sort it by ended like recently, plus also by most submissions, you know, just to have the most like stuff and in order, and maybe categorized. So I wish the game jams were categorized, you know, like for example, some are like horror games, some are like action games, whatever it is. I wish it was more organized, but maybe that's not the point. The jams are mostly for developers, I guess. Anyway. Well, when I browse itch.io, you know, it's just kind of hard to find things. I mean, again, because for most people, they're like, oh, you know, just go check out itch.io, whatever. And they like find a bunch of games, but I've already done that for like several years. So, again, I feel like I've scratched the bottom of the barrel here, and it's like, it's just hard to find like cool things, unless they just come out, you know, super recently. Anyway, but I did find this one though, and it looked interesting, because I mean, for one, I mean, honest, I just looked at it and be like, 2B, you know, from Nier Automata or whatever, you know, just freaking add like an anime girl in your game and I'll play it, I guess. But specifically an anime girl in like, you know, if like a cute anime girl, but like with a bunch of violence, I guess, you know, and murder and blood, you know, the blood on the story is what I've noticed. So like, then I'll play your game, you know. Because there's definitely like anime girl games where it's like, oh, it's just a cute little dating sim, whatever, or like, well, the crafting game, I think, so the alchemist thing. I don't know. That's all right, I guess, but I prefer it. Again, I mentioned last time, like a contrast between the character and the things going on the screen. You know, for some reason, I just like that contrast. Anyway, also, hello, the Chronicle Drinker as well, by the way. Yeah. And it's another roguelike, by the way. I don't know if I'm going to be a roguelike streamer, necessarily, but it just so happened to be a roguelike. I guess I'll try it out. Oh no, I don't know how long it is, necessarily. I imagine maybe like an hour or so, who knows? Depending on how many runs I do, I guess. Apparently you can like loop, and then just go again, apparently. It's inspired by Risk of Rain, which I never really played, but I know of. I just know like Risk of Rain, because I know the Risk of Rain, yeah, when you search Risk of Rain, you find Risk of Rain like 2 for some reason. It was like the 3D one, which I found kind of weird for some reason. I don't know why, but like, to me, like when I saw gameplay of it, you know, content creators play, it's like, it's like a 3D, just shooting, but like, it's just a ton of enemies, and they keep spawning infinitely, and it's like, it doesn't look, I don't know, it doesn't look fun to me, because it's like, what's the point, you know, because you're just in the same area, just shooting the same enemies over and over again. You might as well just, you know, play Gmod or something and spawn in a bunch of NPCs. It's basically the same thing, right? I don't know. Anyway, that obviously simplifies it way too much. Or is that the right word? Simplify? I don't know. Anyway, but Risk of Rain 1, I'm assuming, is what's inspired by this game. It looks cool. I just never got into it. I don't know. I never got into like 2D side-scrolling action games. Also kind of reminds me like Dead Cells, I guess. You know, this game as well. You walk around, you hit stuff with your sword, and then, you know, the whole point is the roguelike aspect where you select weapons and then you get like a power up, but then you get some stats and then stuff like that. You know, you make a build, I guess, is the whole idea. The act of making a build is what I don't know what call this genre. I mean, I guess you call it roguelikes, but like it's the genre of like making a build, you know. And then once you're done, you finish the run and then you make a new build, you know. When you start over, you make a new build or whatever. It's that kind of genre. I feel like it's how I interpret it anyway. As opposed to longer games, you know, like longer RPGs where like it's a whole thing, it's a whole journey, 100, 1,000 hours, or like an MMORPG, like freaking MapleStory or something, or like you're making a build, but like it's for the long term, right? You make that one build, it's your character, you play for like 1,000,000 hours. But like in this genre, it's the act of making the build that's the fun, not about actually achieving it. It's about like the journey, you know, if that makes sense. The gameplay looks fire, yeah. I mean, it looks good. It's relatively underrated though. Got only 9 ratings, only 4 stars. Wonder why. You know, a few comments here and there, but I don't feel like I got a lot of attention. When I search it on YouTube, all I could find is like the trailer. You know, this trailer. I mean, you can see right here. See, we fight the shadows, run around, stuff like that. Again, it kind of reminds me of a 2B though. Even the floating sword, or the floating weapon, you know? It reminds me of 2B. Or Nier Automata. Anyway. But now, that's what I'm gonna play today, and I guess we'll see what we're gonna do after this one, assuming it doesn't take the whole stream. I'm not sure. You have an idea from the anime? So your idea of an anime is people talking about facts, but then the facts are crazy, like propaganda? Not sure what you mean by that. I mean, isn't that just fiction? You know, I'm just thinking, isn't that just every fictional story? You know, when facts are made up, like for example, I don't know, like Harry Potter. You know, it's like magic is real when it's not. Or whatever, I don't know. Or are you talking about like a meta thing where like people are lying actually the whole time? In which case, isn't that Death Note? Is what I'm thinking. You know, Death Note is like kind of like that. Anyway. Well, let's see. Should I do like a formal introduction? I don't know. I'm gonna turn off my AC. And I don't know how much people would even notice when I have an AC in the background, but I'm such a perfectionist. I don't like the having that, you know, noise in the background leak into the microphone, you know. All right, let's see. Okay, hold on. Actually, what's the developer's name again? Seventh Moon, right? Seventh Moon. I mean, yeah. Okay, I'll do a little introduction, I guess. Hello, welcome to Project Hollow, a game developed by Seventh Moon, available on itch.io, and apparently it's kind of like a roguelike 2D action platformer where you need to ascend the tower and make a cool build, I guess. The whole point is to make like some kind of overpowered broken build is literally what it says on the game page. So I guess I'll check it out. It's not my usual type of genre that I like to play often, but the main character looks like 2B from Nier Automata, so that's why I'm playing it. So let's check it out. Oh yeah, you can also use a controller, is what I've noticed. I'm using a controller right now. Let's see, it's going to pick a secondary weapon. These are locked. Okay, interesting. I'll have to unlock them later. We're gonna get like some guns, I guess. So Shadow Blaster Mark IV fires 10 bullets, inflicting red damage. What does red damage do? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. As heavy recoil, bullets are less powerful when hitting the same target. Oh, it says here. Actually, it says here, by the way. Red. Deals 10% to 90% damage. It does a little bit extra, but it's random, I guess. That's what that means. Basically pure damage, right? Yeah, I mean 65. Okay, so it deals plus 65 damage. Is that what that means? It does explain it here. What's the other one? A light? Is it light cannon? Number 7 shoots a laser, inflicting white damage continuously, draining 50 Luxus points. Hit rate scales with attack speed. When an enemy is hit by the cannon, there is a 75% chance that another enemy in a 5-meter radius receive 50% of damage taken. I mean, that's a good thing, I guess. Refraction. Interesting, because this one has a downside, but this one has an upside, actually. White damage inflicts Unwill, which reduces victims' attack damage, and movement speed by 3.3%. Okay. You know? It does, again, it does explain it. I was gonna say, like, I mean, it doesn't explain what Lux's points means, but I guess we can just guess, like, probably some kind of mana meter. Attack speed. I mean, let's go with... I like the sound of the cannon. I'm gonna get the cannon. And thus we begin. Oh, I have to use the analog stick? Can I use the D-pad instead? How do I use the D-pad, you know? Gamepad control. Is there a way to change that? No, doesn't look like it. I don't like using the... At least for some reason, in a 2D game, I actually don't like the analog stick. I prefer the D-pad. Anyway, I was gonna say, like, how video games often introduce, like, a lot, like, maybe not every video game, but some video games tend to introduce a lot of mechanics and, like, and random terms, you know, that you, as a new player, you wouldn't even know about. You know, sometimes I, like, get irked, though, like, when streamers do, like, play a game, they don't know all the terms, and then they don't know what this says and what that says. It's like, come on, it's not your first rodeo. You don't have to know what everything means right away, you know? You can just guess. It's not that hard. You played video games before, right? And if you haven't, well, you should have read the manual. So all pilgrims trying to reach Tenebris Mausoleum, which, by the way, Tenebris, I believe, is Latin for darkness. I looked that up, you know, because I was wondering what that meant. When I look at the game page, it means darkness. To reach Tenebris Mausoleum, you may enter in peace and ascend through the tree of incarnation and achieve all 7 virtues. Exaltation shall grow as you stay in this everlasting monument known as the Resting Tower. The exaltation level increases over time. The higher it grows, the harder the difficulty gets. So, I guess, kind of like, what do you call it? It's a mechanic in a lot of games, but like, the first thing I remember is Persona 3. You know, the Reaper? Like, you spend too long in a level, a Reaper chases you, and it's like a super strong monster. But I guess in this case, it's just in general, all the enemies get harder. Like, actually, facts. Okay, so you're talking about your weird anime idea again. Facts are so crazy, it's hard to believe. Characters pretend is wrong. Like old World War II cartoons, or instead of countries, it's just facts. Aren't you just talking about 1984? That's what it's called, right? Literally 1984? You're just talking about 1984, aren't you? I don't know. To be honest, I don't really watch anime, you know? At least anime shows very often anymore, you know? I'm a retired anime weeb, you know? Like, I don't really watch anime that much. I mean, I read manga. Like, most recently I read manga, but like, even then, I don't have time for it. I mean, my recommendation, well, something that actually came out, that reminds me, if you're talking about anime, let me just go on a quick tangent. I believe is this one, right? This one I think came out recently. I don't know if I'll watch it necessarily, because I've actually already read the manga. But Takopi's Original Sin. Content warning though, don't just watch this if you're like 12 years old or whatever, but this is actually pretty brutal in terms of like, it's dark themes, but this one's pretty good. At least I remember the manga pretty good. The manga kind of ended weirdly, but anyway, every manga ends weirdly, I guess. But for the most part, I actually enjoyed this one. It's, again, pretty brutal. It has some really dark themes to it. But the idea is that there's like a little girl, and then there's a character like kind of like Doraemon, I guess, in a way, you know. It's like this weird alien creature that tries to help her out, but turns out her problems are like more complicated, you know. Like, she's like, there's bullying, there's like freaking don't look at that. I should not have scrolled too low. Don't worry about it. But yeah, there's bullying, depression, and, you know, death, basically. So yeah, it's actually pretty, like, I don't know what the word is, but pretty dark. It's a dark anime, you know, or at least, well, it just came out, so it's not done yet, but, you know, it's a dark manga, rather. It's a dark story. But it is my most recent, you know, one of the most recent like psychological horror mangas I've read, and I liked it. So if I have a recommendation for an anime, you should probably watch that. Maybe, assuming the animation's as good. I'm assuming. Anyway, it's interesting because I didn't think this would be about an anime. I thought this would be like canceled. You know, like why this would be like not allowed on TV. Assuming you watch anime on TV. I mean, you have to live in Japan to do that, but no. You know. Like the subject matter was so brutal. I didn't think this would be an anime, really, but like apparently it is. So there you go. Yeah, but probably the most recent anime that I would recommend, at least in terms of the story, because I read the manga already, and pretty good, I would say anyway. Without spoiling too much, I didn't try to spoil too much. I'm just saying like it's definitely it's one of those stories, you know, like tragedy porn or whatever. Again, that doesn't mean literal porn. It doesn't mean sexual porn. When people say porn, you know, it's kind of like, I remember the thing like earth porn or whatever. It's a subreddit, but like it's not literal like sexual porn. It's like it's a slang word to mean something that is, I guess, indulgent in a particular genre, I guess. So earth porn just means like photos of earth, you know, or like photos of like nature, I guess, that are like really good or whatever. So I would call it like tragedy porn, you know, in the sense that it's like it definitely it lays it on thick in terms of like the tragedy part. But I like it. I don't know. I like that kind of theme though. I like tragedy porn. Come on, you know, because it makes me feel sad. It makes me feel something. Because otherwise I'm dead on the inside. That's what I always say. You know, when it's like cute girls doing cute things, I mean, that's fine. Though I've kind of grown kind of bored of that kind of thing, really. You know, like slice of life stuff. It's alright, depends on my mood. But generally, the things that really get me invested is like just straight up tragedy. You know, I literally look up the tragedy tag on like manga sites. Or like anilist.co, whatever. Is actually what I use. It was basically my anime list, or whatever. But I don't really use my anime list anymore. Enlarge the map. Okay, there's a little mini map. Okay. Boop. Boop. A lot of brutal mangas. A lot of brutal mangas are out there. That one seems interesting. Yeah, I mean, I recommend it. Let me know if you know any kind of manga that's kind of similar as well. I really like tragedy. I don't know if I'm weird, but there are people like me out there, right? I like tragedy. I like it when, like, corpse party, you know, like, it needs to be anime too, but, you know, I like it when just horrible things happen to characters, okay? And it's not like people misunderstand though. I mean, some people might be like, how do you say, they want to see characters suffer because they take pleasure from it, you know, schadenfreude or whatever. I don't have that inclination though. I like the tragedy only because it makes me care, if that makes sense. You know, like it makes me care about the story. Like there's real consequences, you know, like when people freaking die, you know, everyone else is like, what the heck? Ah, you know, they fucking, I don't know, or like they get PTSD and trauma, you know, it's like, I don't know. To me, that's interesting. It feels more real, I guess, is how I describe it. Okay, again, for some people though, it's like too much, and they're like, oh, this is so unrealistic, you know, whatever. But like, to me, it is realistic though, or at least more real, you know. Even though it's fiction, of course, but I don't know. For some people, it's like too much, but I like it. Though. It's just right. Usually, anyway, when you show tragedy in like a story, it's freaking Shakespeare. You know, it's like, come on, it's like Romeo and Juliet and like Hamlet or whatever, Macbeth. You know, they all have tragedy. You know, the classics, literally the classics of literature, have a bunch of tragedy in it. That's what I like, right? I don't know. To all pilgrims trying to reach the Tenebris Mausoleum, Tenebris shall reward you for your faith. Banish shadows from the tower and pray for Tenebris' mercy. Let their offer transcend your essence and make you? Let their offer transcends your essence and makes you ascend? That sounds weird. I feel like it should be singular, you know, like their offer transcends Let their offer transcend your essence and make you ascend higher than what you could have ever been. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's singular. Anyway, purchase upgrades and altars in exchange for shadow essences. Shadow essence drops from enemies. Okay. I feel like I'm spending too much time yapping. You know, the freaking meter, by the way, on the bottom right is increasing. When I'm taking my time, I should like not do that. Anyway, costs? Sure. Okay, this allows me to get a stat upgrade. I guess goes to reroll, but let's see. I mean, primary weapon hits gives you more Luxus points. Okay, so it gives you more mana essentially. Which I don't know the question mark that is. Enemy kill. Killing an enemy grants 1 stack of Luxus acknowledgements. Raises regeneration, so more mana. And when damaged, you gain stacks. So this assumes that you get damage. I don't really like on damage type, you know, stuff because it assumes that you're gonna do bad. You know, I want to do well, not bad. I guess I'll take this one, assuming we kill a lot of enemies in this game. Also, hello, Blue Dragonfly. Totally not weird. You also like those genres of mangas? Yeah, I mean, I like them. I like, you know, tragic type stories anyway. Whee! Laser beam, attack. Okay, you gotta be quick. Is there like a sprint, you know, or do you just move? I'm not sure. I don't know. It feels, by the way, it just feels weird because the game, if you use a controller anyway, it forces you to use the analog stick to move around, but like it's a 2D game, so it feels weird. To me anyway, because when I think of a 2D, if I'm gonna use a controller anyway, for like a 2D type side-scrolling game, heal, I don't need a heal. I just think of the NES, you know, I think of Super Mario Brothers, you know, and back in my day. Oops, I did that wrong, I guess. Oh, you can slash downwards? Oh, like that, okay. I remember actually there was an Ichio comment I read. I remember I read an Ichio comment. I think it was an Ichio comment on the game page, or was it somewhere else? I'm not sure, but someone mentioned how they were stuck at this part. They couldn't do it, and it turns out, you know, that's all you needed to do. Maybe in the earlier version of the game it got glitched. I'm not sure. Can wall jump. Anyway, but that's what I think of when I think of 2D side-scrolling games. I think of the NES. So I want to use a D-pad for some reason, you know, I'm inclined to use a D-pad, not an analog stick, for a 2D side-scrolling game. You know, unless there's some kind of element where it matters, we gotta like go diagonal, I guess, but it doesn't seem like it. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Eek. Oop. Get out of here. Ah, hoo, ha, ow. Oh, that's bad. Get my little buff. I guess, yeah, I should use my thing more. I should use my secondary weapon more. Alright. Tenebris's offer. Win art. Secondary weapon gear hits have 50% to grant 2 stacks of win power. Whatever was it? The Airman song? Was it? Each stack of win power lingers less than the last. Okay, so basically you keep doing damage over and over. Get 10 stacks when damaged. That gives you movement speed. And also get 40 stacks when damaged. I don't know what that means. So wait. Okay, so you get wind power and wind agility, right? That's 2 different buffs. Miscellaneous, or you can just get more attack speed and movement speed. You know, just boring passive increase. You know what? Give me the boring passive increase. Thank you. I don't know. I am boring. I missed. Okay. I wish my weapon was stronger, my primary weapon. I'll kill these things in one hit, you know? Ow. Oh, damn it. Should stop getting hit so much. Alright. Let's see. You know, what else was I gonna talk about? I totally forgot. I got a whole tangent about like anime and all that. Hold on, I gotta look at this now. I keep getting so many upgrades. I can't really talk about anything else because I'm so focused on making sure I got the right things. Well, now we have to pick something that's wind related, I guess. So wind damage or primary, secondary. Primary weapon hits or secondary weapon hits. I like primary. I like using my primary. I'm a melee person. Shooting my gun is cool and all, and I should use it more often, I guess, like that. But like, I just like hitting things with my sword. Feels more satisfying. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, I do feel like... I mean, there's a... I was gonna say, like, going back to Takopi's original sin, by the way. There is an artist that I follow. That... Their name, I believe, is Popoka? Or whatever. They've made, like, I don't know, it's somehow linked, I swear, but they have their own OCs or whatever, where there's like a little blind girl, I guess, and also like a blonde-haired girl that bullies her or whatever, and they you know, early on, and now they draw like not safe for work stuff, which I don't love, but anyway, whatever. But back in the day, you know, that's what they did. They just kind of drew these characters in situations where the blind girl gets like really bullied in like kind of realistic ways, and it's like, you know, it's a similar idea, right? It's like freaking tragedy porn where people didn't like the artist because of that, right? They were like, well, how dare you draw this girl being bullied, you know, and like or like in this position where she might be hurt or be sad in some way, or like freaking like abused by her like adopted parents or whatever, something like that. I don't know, but I'm like, but that's, I don't know, to me that's not something I take pleasure out of, because again, maybe some people do that, but I don't know. But like, it's more so something that invokes like a feeling, you know. It invokes kind of like a, I don't know, like it's like fiction, right? So it doesn't really matter. But like, for one, but like it invokes kind of like an instinct, you know, to like, oh man, like I really want this character to like feel better, right? That kind of instinct, if that makes sense. I don't know. Again, it's like, it's not real, but like that's what that invokes, and it's like that's something I enjoy, I guess, in a twisted way. I don't know. Again, maybe I'm weird, you know, when I just say this all out loud, but I like the art. I mean, the art looks good as well, by the way. But that's what the artist Popoka always drew on like Twitter or whatever, or something like that. You know, I liked it though because it did invoke like kind of like a, you know, like a, I don't know what the word is. Like, I won't say sad, but sad, it doesn't encompass exactly how I feel. Not just sadness, but also like, you know, you care, you know, you care about this thing that's happening, you know, instead of like, oh, anime girls, they're just having a great time, they're smiling, whatever. It was like, okay, I mean, that's fine. It's nice to look at, I guess. But when it's like a freaking art, you know, freaking the I don't know, freaking, what is it with the classic art, the paintings or whatever, like the freaking screaming man or whatever, something like that, it invokes an actual emotion, right? So that's what I like about it. And to connect that to the anime, by the way, like Takopi's original sin, turns out, coincidentally, I don't think the artists really like even knew about the manga beforehand, but their designs for their OCs are actually very similar. It's like literally, yeah, just like a black-haired like anime girl, and also like a blonde-haired girl that bullies the black-haired girl, you know? The only difference is that the main character isn't blind, but like, is that okay to say, by the way? Is that offensive, by the way, to say the song's blind? Man, she has a visual impairment. But anyway. But it's funny how like the designs are very similar, that the dynamic is also very similar. Anyway, sure, I'll do anime kill. I'll do that. I don't know, it's too long making decisions. Does the timer go up when I decide, by the way? I wonder if that's like a thing. Like, it take too long to decide, the enemies just get harder, by the way. You've got the freaking meter at the bottom right, by the way. It just gets harder and harder and harder the longer I take. So I should hurry up. Freaking hurry up already. Also, enemies like just respawn, by the way. No, I didn't notice that. Well, I kind of did, but I didn't realize they just spawned in like, oop, like out of nowhere. I thought you had to come back to like a room or something. But no, they just spawn in. They just respawn. Like freaking mobs from MMOs. Ow, ow. Where's my parry? You know, that's what this game is missing, a parry button. I want to parry the projectiles is what I want to do. Or even just like, yeah, just like attack the projectiles with my weapon. I mean, maybe that's like an upgrade you need to get, I don't know. Okay, I forgot. I'm gonna do that. Okay, transmutation. Choose a gift to transmute into Keen Eye. Into Keen Eye. I don't know what this means exactly, but I guess you have to put it into the sword, maybe? Keen Eye. So use one of the upgrades you got before, and then put it in the sword, I guess. Maybe? Or make it better, maybe? Like you upgrade is what that means? Keen Eye. Critical hits have 25%. I don't know what a critical... I'm not gonna get a critical hit. I don't have a critical hit stacks. So you see on the bottom, or on the top left rather, top left becomes top right, I'm assuming. So this gives you critical hit rate. Sure, I'm gonna take this one. Oh wait, you can actually do more actually. You can turn all of these into like stuff, I guess. You know what? I'll do that too. Attack speed and wind power. I think that's fine. I'll keep that. That was a good idea to do all that, by the way, but sure. Oh my god. Oh, go over here. How much SC do I have? I have 41? You know, I like some healing. You know, there's no damage, you get healing. No, you don't get that, I guess. Let's see. Every 7 seconds, create black lightning. Okay. Or enemy kill, create black lightning. So every time you kill an enemy. Sure, I'll get that. I want some AoE if possible. So if I kill an enemy... Ow. Oh my god. Like it does something, I was gonna say. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, wait, well, damn it! Oh well. Goodbye, run. I'm not gonna spend too long on just rambling about random stuff. So hello, LOP, by the way. We'll just restart, I guess. Here we go again. In here? Yeah, it's just a tutorial. Let's try that again. I didn't get past the first level. Turns out I died at the first level. Oh yeah, there's like a dash. It's weird though. The dash doesn't feel right to me only because you can't dash up. You know? It doesn't feel right. You only dash left and right horizontally instead of dashing like up. I want to dash up, down. You can control every other direction of the game, you know? Like the gun and your sword attacks. But you can't control... oh, damn it. You can't control your dash. So it feels weird. Try this again. Keen Eye. What does Keen Eye even mean? I'm assuming the sword, right? Or maybe it means... Okay, oh, Keen Eye means... Okay, I'm trying to understand the mechanics, but Keen Eye means it's the type of buff. Keen Eye seems to affect critical rate. Okay, so when I use that specific altar that transmutes certain upgrades into a different upgrade, that's what that meant. It just changes the type of the upgrade more so than, you know... I thought like, because I see the sword, you know, I thought it meant like it puts the, like somehow changes the nature of the buff and then somehow transmutes it into the sword or something, but no, it just changes the type of upgrade. So the Keen Eye upgrade is actually involving critical hit rate, which is interesting. So primary weapon hit gives you 2 stacks, and enemy kill gives you more critical, or you get damage. I guess I'll take, depending on, I guess I'll take primary. I guess because enemies get tougher and tougher, right? So they probably have more HP, so it might be better to like, the more you hit, the better chance you get a critical hit rate, or whatever. makes you easier to kill the enemies, you know? Again, I should use my laser thing more. I just don't because I'm like, I need to save it, you know? I gotta save the ammo. But like, it's more like a mana type weapon. It recharges. Okay, Bloody Amaryllis. Enemies killed have a chance to sell Bloody Amaryllis on 2 other enemies. I have to read this whole thing, but I mean, again, it's not that hard to understand. If you played video games before, it's not that hard. But like, you know, current last damage received with 1 flower per 500% damage. Get inflicted with unwill on hit. I don't know what unwill though means though. However, after 2 seconds, the flowers bloom. Okay, so it's got damage over time that's delayed. I guess, you know, they get like a little debuff and it explodes after a few moments. And what's this? So obviously damage is like, yeah, give you a hit and everything. Ironically, even though I died the last time, I'd rather not take buffs where like I get damaged. I don't want to rely on the fact that I get hit, you know, then it's not being reliable. But hits dealt by any of your attacks have a chance to sow Bloody Amaryllis. According to damage dealt rate of 1 flower per 1000% damage. It's like a weird math. I don't understand what that means exactly. So Sao enemies get inflicted with unwound hit after 2 seconds appears, blah blah blah. Okay, sure. I mean, this seems like miscellaneous feels more reliable because it could be any kind of hit, so I'm gonna grab that. Even the cannon hit. Assuming it does something, I'm not sure. Get out of here. What's this? Heal? I don't need the healing. I don't need a heal. I don't need your healing. You fool. Anyway, I wanted to finish my train of thought though. I was gonna mention something about how like Popoka at first didn't you know, all they, I don't know, I shouldn't know the gender. I'm assuming him, but I don't want to assume. I always misgender everybody. Healing. But he increased the difficulty level. Okay, well. Anyway, I was gonna say the Popoka, like from what I found initially was again what I mentioned before, the like the 2 characters or whatever, which turn into like toxic Yuri. But anyway, something like that. But then they started drawing porn, like actual porn. You know how I mentioned like tragedy porn isn't like porn, but then he continued to draw like actual porn. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. That's not what that's not what I signed up for. But oh well, whatever. I mean, people can do whatever they want, I guess. I much prefer the depressing shit, you know, more so than just not safe for work stuff. That's just me, I guess. I don't know how I feel about that, but like whatever. Funny though, because I feel like people wanted to cancel Popoka, you know, for drawing the depressing shit. But now nobody cares. Now he just draws normal porn. Like that's the normal thing. Why is that more normal? You know, why is society like the opposite of what I expect? Anyway, killed enemies, summon 3 blades. Okay, so that's the whole thing. It's like this, like another different thing, another mechanic. But like you kill enemies, summon 3 blades, and smite them for cyan damage. So many colorful types of damage. At the end of the day, I guess it's just damage. Secondary weapon attacks have a chance to summon a blade, or hits dealt. Oh, misspelling. But hits dealt by any of your attacks except blades have a 5% chance of summoning 1 blade. Very small chance though. I like this one. I'll get this one. It's more reliable. Again, like an enemy kill. But I guess like in the miscellaneous one is better if you can somehow get more of it, I guess. Can you stack, I wonder? I don't know how that works. It's not that useful, to be honest. Like, it shoots the blades and everything, but it doesn't home in, so it just kind of like misses everybody. Oh, there you go. I mean, that kind of worked. Oh, also, again, I want to parry the freaking projectiles or something like that. All right. So, fire spirit power. Killed enemies have 30% produce a wave of fire. They have a 50% chance of dealing red damage or wind damage. Yada yada yada. Let's do secondary. I feel like I think this game has bosses, right? So focusing on everything enemy killed might not be the best if you're actually fighting like a boss fight. Assuming they don't have ads or anything. So you want something that's like not just on enemy kill. Ooh, okay, Tenebris's truce. I can now pick a truth. Charity, faith, or hope. Let's see. Charity is, thou shalt love yourself, thy neighbor, and moon to find peace. Gives you more health and more armor. Okay. Faith is, and thou shalt believe in dawn, for thou shalt reach Tenebris in eternal salvation. More mana, essentially. And hope. Thou shalt trust sun's words to find truth. 25% base damage and 0.1 primary proc coefficient, whatever that means. I don't know. I'm maybe like just in general, like if you have like a how do you say, like a secondary effect, I guess. I guess it's primary, so it means like for primary weapons. I'm not sure. You know, I feel like in these type of games, it's better to like DPS race. You know, and so I don't love these type of games. I don't love these type of games only because it does tend to be like the ultimate goal is to just DPS everything. I mean, just like a lot of action RPGs, which is kind of a misnomer, but like, you know, ARPGs in particular called like Diablo or like Path of the Exile, where like it's a top-down camera view, you know? It's also called action RPGs, which is confusing because when I think of action RPGs, I think of more so like RPGs with like an action game element, like Kingdom Hearts or something, you know? That's what I think of when I think action RPGs, or like the Tales series or whatever. I think like Tales of Symphonia or something like that. There's a lot of Tales games. I'm gonna get that, but you know, it becomes like, I feel like a spammy thing. You know, you just spam a whole bunch more so than actually like paying attention to enemy patterns. I feel like that's why I like Dark Souls more, just in general. The genre of Dark Souls is like slower paced and more meticulous. Every action matters, that kind of thing, instead of just spamming the whole screen with like bullets. You know, I feel like, at least, you know, from the GIF that I saw in the trailer, you know, that's kind of what you do in this game. I feel like, I'm assuming that's what you do. It's that kind of game, you know? More so than just grabbing health. The health doesn't allow you to DPS, I feel like. Or whatever. Again, just like, again, very similar to Diablo, which I never played, but Path of the Exile I actually did play. But I didn't love it because, again, I felt like most builds you just kind of click around and then your character just automatically just attacks things. And sometimes if you use like a range build, I guess, or magic build, you press hotkey sometimes. But like, I don't know. It's like it doesn't feel like the actions I'm doing in the game matter, and it doesn't help that it's like a top-down view. A weird opinion I have is like I don't love top-down view games like real-time strategy and like StarCraft or like freaking MOBAs like League of Legends. It doesn't feel impactful, you know. When you click on something, your character moves to it, and it's like it doesn't feel right to me, you know. I want to move it with like WASD or like a analog stick or D-pad, you know. It doesn't feel the same when I have to click somewhere else, and you know, League of Legends style, you click on here, oh no, you got dodge by clicking over here, and then click somewhere else, you know. Well, I don't know how to simulate it, but like, you know, you imagine, you know, League of Legends, you click over here, click. I don't know, you gotta click over here, oh no, click, and then your guys like moving this way and that way and this way, you know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but like, I just don't like that feeling. It just doesn't feel right. It feels awkward. I don't like controlling characters that way, you know. But that's how it is for a lot of like those type of games, where it's basically like an RTS, but you're controlling one character. The exception though is definitely like Total War. The Total War games I like because you're controlling like an army, you know, like a division where it like actually matters in which direction you're facing and all that. There's flanking and cavalry and all that. Anyway, like realistic like warfare. Somewhat realistic, more so than most video games. Let's see. So we have a transmutation. We can we can change it to like a Luxus, so it gives you more mana. Okay. I was on this screen for so long, but I actually don't want it. Because, I don't know. I mean, it's probably very powerful to use the Luxus build or whatever, but like, I don't want to be a mage. I want to, again, hit things with my sword, okay? I'll use the freaking cannon if I feel like it. Otherwise, I'd rather punch things, you know? That's my goal. Where's the, like, fist weapons? Where's the fist weapons that I can like go Ura 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 and freaking do a 500 hit combo? You know? Oh, turns out that blocks lasers. Gosh. Okay. Oh, this is getting a little bit... Yeah, it turns into Toho, I feel like, a little bit. You gotta dodge projectiles, a bullet hell. Which, well, I guess we'll see. I was gonna say, like, I might play something Toho related if this game doesn't take the entire stream. Which, I don't know if it will. Depends. I don't know how much content there is. At the very least, I want to, like, finish a run and see the bosses, whatnot. That's the fun part, I feel like. Of like this type of games when you fight the boss, you know? That's how I feel. I'm very like Dark Souls pilled. I'm roll slop pilled, where like, you know, all the little enemies here and there, that's cool and all, but like I just want to fight the boss. I want to fight like a boss. We gotta memorize enemy patterns, and then they're like, I'm the boss, and then you dodge everything, and they're like, what, nani? And then you kill them, like hitting them like 1,000 times. Ow! How the heck? Okay, what's this? So, more blades. 5% chance, secondary, primary. Someone one blade. Interesting. Well, let's get this one. Yeah. Okay, black lightning on enemy killed or secondary. Let's get enemy killed. Healing. Don't love it, but we have to. Otherwise, we're never getting any healing ever. Explode. Ooh, what's this? Explosion. Enemy kill or primary? No, primary. I guess, you know, you don't have to worry about all the little, like, details, I feel like. It really is just categorized, or like, primary, secondary, on enemy death, or damage, or like, miscellaneous, I guess. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Oh, what the heck? Black lightning, you know what? Oh, not enough shadow essence. What the heck? I gotta kill more enemies. I gotta grind some more. You know, that's something that, that I had, like, I think about actually. Like, when people, like, need to grind, specifically in Dark Souls. And it depends. I know in, like, Dark Souls 3 in particular, I remember there's, like, an achievement, you know, because I achievement hunted in Dark Souls 3 because I like the game so much, you know, so it's like, I want to play more. And there's, like, certain, like, items that you can't really get. I mean, you can in multiplayer, but, like, multiplayer is, like, iffy, and it's, like, you know, it kind of sucks, you know, at least for specific covenants when you're not just invading. You're like, there's a covenant where, like, anyway, there's a whole ramp. Like, there's a mechanic in Dark Souls 3 and also other Dark Souls games where you're supposed to, like, be summoned to help people as like a blue phantom. So you're supposed to be like the anti-invader. You're supposed to protect them like the freaking cops or something. But like half the time it doesn't work, and I swear in Dark Souls 3 like has some weird mechanic or some weird coding where like the older your Steam account is, the less likely you're able to be summoned or something, you know. And like if you make like a family account or whatever that actually is a new account but uses the same save, you actually get summoned more. And actually that was my experience, actually, as it turns out. And it's like this weird thing where like the queue system is just all broken. Anyway, that's all just to say, like, to get an achievement in Dark Souls 3 you had to, like, you know, do that, or you had to grind like an enemy over and over again, like a 1% drop rate to get the item that you need in order to upgrade Covenant and then get the achievement or whatever, right? It's very arbitrary. You don't need to, but like I wanted to because, I don't know, usually I don't care about achievements, but like for a game that I actually like, you know, and I want to play more of, that's what I did. Even though you could have just like opened cheat engine, you know, and just give yourself the items, but you know, that's no fun. Black lightning. Okay, give that because I already have black lightning. I give it again, so I'm assuming it stacks, right? Unless it like is multiplicative, maybe. Not sure. Ooh, it's crazy. Everything's fucking crazy. Ooh. Okay, let's hurry up and go. Alright, another thing here. More damage or more health? You know what? Probably want a little bit of both. Like I said, health is not that great, but then again, I've been getting hit a whole bunch, so I'm gonna get some health, actually. Look at my bar. It goes up. Wow. Anyway, I was mentioning something about grinding. You know, people grind in Dark Souls, though. So besides that very specific scenario, by the way, if like grinding for like rare items, you know, I guess sometimes it's like rare armor too. I can't remember which Dark Souls was it. I think maybe, yeah, it was Dark Souls 2, I think. In the other Dark Souls, it's less of a thing, but in Dark Souls 2 in particular, I remember. I guess Dark Souls 1 too. I guess Dark Souls 1 too. You know, Dark Souls 1 and 2. Sometimes enemies would drop some like cool armor that you couldn't get anywhere else. You know, I remember Dark Souls 2 had like a armor set. I think it was like the night set, high day night set. You know, it was kind of cool. It was kind of like this paladin set. You know, white armor looking type thing. I actually liked it. You know. I want to grind for it, but then when my character wore it, they looked kind of fat, you know, or whatever, too wide. Anyway, but you know, other than that, you know, other than grinding for rare items, I feel like when people grind in Dark Souls for like currency, you know, like the souls apparently, not apparently, but basically, like souls, like the currency for like leveling up, and like buy items. I never really understood that. I don't know why people grind for souls in Dark Souls, you know. Because you just kind of get enough souls just by playing the game, you know, instead of like staying one level and grinding the little like level 1 rats or whatever. You can just fight the boss. If you just fight the boss and then eventually win, you'll get a lot of souls, and then you just use those souls to level up, you know. Usually when you just play through the game in most Souls games like Elden Ring, whatever, you just get enough souls if you just play the game normally. You don't have to stay in one spot and just grind forever. Just progress, you know. I'll get this one actually. More critical hit rate. That's how I feel like, you know. And that's just to tie into this game, you know, where I didn't have enough to get the thing. I don't know, obviously, like, is it better to like progress? You know, I mean, a similar thing actually. Yeah, is it better to progress or to come back to fight the enemies that respawn? I don't know, but like in Dark Souls, unlike a lot of, you know, and I get it though, because in a lot of other RPGs and video games, grinding is just a normal part of the experience for some reason, you know, which I feel like is just bad game design. But you know, a lot of like classic like RPGs or whatever, you end up just grinding the same spot over and over again, so you can like get to get your characters level up and get enough gold, you know, like upgrade your equipment and all that kind of thing. But I feel like that's more so for like old school RPGs. You know, these days you don't do that. I feel like in modern RPGs, if you just spend like 10 hours grinding before you fight the boss, and like I feel like it's not good game design. You know, if you want to do that, go play like an MMORPG or like a freaking gacha game. You know, what's the gacha game? Uma Musume. Everyone's playing for some reason because Nor9 played it. Not because Nor9 played it, but he's the one that popularized it. Freaking horse girls, which is fine, I guess. I'm just not really. I've already done, you know, I've already been into the gacha mine, so I don't know if I want to play another gacha game ever in my life, because it's not interesting enough for me to play. So what's this? So first blow. Enemies killed in 3 hits or less have a chance to trigger 1 additional time. Interesting. Secondary attacks when they have more than 75% of their max health. Or they have 33% to burn enemies. You know, I actually prefer this one. I'll change this one. I actually want to transmute this one to that one. That's probably it. I don't know if I want to change anything else though. I think I'll keep everything else because I like everything else. Oops. It doesn't go through the freaking. Yeah. On the first blow. Let's see. So enemies killing 3 hits or less, and then, you know, secondary does more damage if they have basically more than 75% of their health, and then 10% on hit proc coefficient. I don't know what that means exactly still, but like I guess on hit, like anything that you activates on hit with more than 75%, they have a more chance to do something, I guess. I don't know, this is like a weird one. I think I'll just get this one. More likely for enemies to just die, I guess, if I use the cannon. like so. Oh, damn, I didn't see the freaking projectile. See, that's my issue, and it's probably gonna be way worse later, but that's my issue with games that have way too much stuff on screen, is that I can't see everything. How do I know which are, like, my little, like, things, or, like, is it the enemy's thing, you know? It's hard to tell sometimes. It all blends in. Especially if they're same color, right? There's not a lot of contrast issue. Damn it, that was just bad damage. Okay, so let's go, I guess, over here. I should use my dash, but I never know when to use my dash. By the way. Okay, X and heal. I guess I should heal. Ah! Alright, another one of these. Secondary or primary? Let's do primary. I can't afford this, unfortunately. I need more. You need more minerals. You must build additional pylons. Bing. Uh-oh. Oh, I actually didn't mean to. Oops. Oh well. Oh well, I guess we're fighting a boss. I dashed the one time I wanted to dash to be like, okay, let's go over here first real quick to see what it is. Turns out it's a freaking boss. Oh. What the heck? Oh, come on. She tricked me. I thought she was gonna do the slam attack again. Of course she doesn't. She dashes towards me instead. Kidding me? Alright, well. Here we go again. Can I pick a different weapon now? I want to pick a different weapon. The laser gun is good. Well, I guess the game will tell me, I guess, if I've unlocked like a new thing. I think I said, like, you know, I mean, I said probably one of the requirements is defeating the boss. I don't know, I just want to use like a different weapon. I mean, the gun's fine, it's just... I'm not like a ranged Andy, I guess. You know, is that like a thing, a term, by the way? Do you call something an Andy? Like anything Andy, for some reason, I don't know why. I feel like, is it like a Twitch thing? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not a ranged character, you know? I don't have the ranged mindset. I'd rather hit things. So I want like a thing where I can like move fast and hit things. I'd rather do that. Okay, oh, that moves on the next level. Okay, again, I need to move faster. I can't just like stick around for too long because the enemies will get way too tough if I just stick around and not do anything about it. Alright, what's this? Wind art. Killing an enemy. Secondary. You know what? Oh, I don't have enough shadow essence. Need more shadow essence. Oh, damn it. Come on, I was hoping to kill it before it touched me. How does that work, by the way? Freaking every 2D game, you know? Where there's enemies that with like hitboxes. If you touch them, you get damaged. That's annoying. I mean, I guess it's specifically for these enemies, but I feel like that's in a lot of games, especially older games, you know? It's like you touch them, get hit. That's annoying. How about they don't do that, you know? Transmute. Fire Spirit Power. This is secondary. Secondary. Oh, damn it. Not enough. I need more. I need more power. I need more power. Oh, man, it's not enough. Actually, oh no, 15. Okay, there's enough. I guess secondary. Oops. I didn't mean to shoot my freaking laser gun. Should I grind, I wonder, to get the last upgrade? I mean, you want to get as many upgrades as you can, right? Damn it, I was hoping to just get past that. Oh, actually, I wonder, does dashing have iframes? I don't know if it does. Maybe I should be using it to dodge. It's not something I consider because I'm like, well, it's just dashing, right? I don't know if there's an actual, like, thing where you actually, move past projectiles or have iframes. The game didn't mention that. Especially because you can't, again, I feel like, maybe it's OP, but like, I feel like you should dash up, you know, in any direction, up, down, left, right, instead of just only horizontal. Okay, well, I need some healing as well. Let's do this, unfortunately. Time to go. Oh, damn it. Oh my god. You know, what I don't love, and maybe you just gotta get used to it, but like, yeah, when you use the freaking laser attack, you kind of like are stuck in the air. I kind of wish I wasn't, though. I kind of wish I was like, you know, sometimes I predict my movement to be moving while I'm shooting the freaking laser beam, but it makes me stuck in the air, which I don't love. Like, I just assume sometimes that my character will keep falling down, for example, when they're in the mid-air, but actually they don't, so they just end up hitting or getting hit by a projectile. I don't realize it. Okay. Let's grab something. Let's do more base damage. Beast. How did base become like a good thing? You know, like I swear, wasn't there like, I mean, I don't even know the origins exactly, but from what I read, originally base meant like a bad thing, like you're too based because of a freaking rapper or something. Said like, oh, that's what people call me or whatever, and it's supposed to be a bad thing, but actually I turned it around, and actually it's a good thing now. Hee hee. Can't do that. That's cheating. And then again, that's how it is for a lot of slang words, I guess. Like wicked, you know, like wicked. Wicked is supposed to be like a bad thing, but it's not. It's a good thing. It's wicked, bro. Oh, hello, Flix. Actually, I don't know. I have to zoom in my eyes. Fikri? Hello, Fikri, by the way. I'm just playing a little roguelike 2D platformer action game where the character looks suspiciously or coincidentally like 2B from Nier Automata. So far, you know, I mean, I'm interested in the game. I want to fight that boss again. But yeah, I mean, this game is all about like just kind of like, what was my stream title? Something about like making a build, I think. I didn't know what the, I'll be honest, I didn't know what to name the stream title. I was like, what do I call this? You know, I don't know. Walk around like as 2B. 2D, 2B. Also, I take way too much damage. Okay, hold on, I gotta heal now. Oh. But yeah, I wasn't sure what to call it. I was like, well, this game is about making a build, right? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a real build. I'm gonna make a super cool build. Whatever that means. I don't know. It's very vague. Okay. Can I use something now? Okay. Secondary, first blow. Gives more damage. Secondary does more damage. Sure. Okay, I'll take that one. Here you go. Find some upgrades. I feel like I should be finding some enemies. I didn't get some upgrades yet. Enemy kill, miscellaneous hit, have a 10% of burning enemies. Sure. More transmutations, gives you mana, which is really Luxus, I guess. What does Luxus mean? Does Luxus means, because I know Lux, I think, means light, right, in Latin? Is that what that means? Not sure. Luxus regeneration. Sure. Oh, not enough Shadow Essence. I gotta kill first. I must murder these random enemies. What's that remind? Oh yeah, the ones that shoot projectiles remind me of, what are the names? Cackle demons, you know, from Doom. I always kind of found that like a silly name. Why are they called cackle demons? Cackle demons? Cocoa Puffs? Reminds me of a cereal. And we got hit. Seriously? See, oh, see there's it's not what I wanted, you know, be stuck in the air when a projectile is in my face. Heal up, even though it's kind of a bad thing to heal. I wish the healing was free. Because it keeps making the enemies harder. You know, the worse you do in this game, the worse it is in general. Kind of like in Souls games. I mean, specifically in Demon Souls, I believe. Like, they kind of punish you for just being bad at the game, essentially. Alright, fine, let's get more health then in that case. I clearly need the health. I gotta have a balance between damage and survivability, you know? Can't afford this. I'm really behind on my, grinding. I gotta kill more enemies, I guess. Can't afford all these upgrades. I need upgrades to become stronger, to kill enemies, get more upgrades, to get stronger. Ah! For you. Oh, come on. Oh, that's so many hits. Okay. Well, let me go back real quick. Oh, of course. Respawn. Something I never take into account because I don't realize they just kind of respawn in your face. Oh, come on. Doing way too much damage, it sucks. Alright. Primary, sure. Oh my god, there's so many enemies! Just to get past them is the hard part, you know? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. So I don't like 2D platformer games. Where's my roll slot? How do I press the roll button to get past projectiles, you know? I missed my roll button. Okay. I was just testing. Turns out, yeah, you cannot just iframe past the projectiles. It is like a non-iframeable dash. Which sucks. Where's my roll slop? I want my roll slop. I love roll slop. People use it as a derogatory term, but like, I love iframes. Where's my iframes? I want to iframe everything. That's my main purpose in life as a gamer. You're not like a real gamer unless you press a button to give yourself iframes in a very like small window to avoid damage. Like, come on. I need healing. Oh. I need healing. You know what often happens in these side-scrolling? I remember, like, I swear, isn't there like another game I played that was like a 2D side-scrolling platformer or whatever? It always happens where like there's a bunch of enemies in a room and like I can't stay in the room. I just leave the room, you know, and just kind of kite them back. And it's like, is that? I feel like that's not really intentional. Like, it's not the fastest way to do it, but I just end up doing that. Black lightning. Every 7 seconds. You know, I think I will change this one to black lightning, and then secondary 30%. I mean, same thing overall, I guess. Chains up to multiple enemies though, which I like. I'll just change fire to lightning. I like that. Lightning. Lightning. Lightning, lightning. Very frightening. Oh my god, it takes so many hits. Oh, the boss room. I don't want to touch it yet because the mistake I did last time was to go into the boss room way too early. I feel like I want to explore more of the map. Okay, especially heal as well. Well, I guess healing also makes the boss harder, right? Is that how that works? I'm assuming. Oh, what's that? New bearer. Reach 100% attacks before the 5th level and obtain secondary weapon Hope's Tear. Interesting. I increased my attack speed? I guess with the bus. Alright, so I guess that unlocks like a new secondary weapon. I guess I'll just grab this. You know, like I'm avoiding enemy kill now. I'm not prioritizing enemy kill as much because again, I'm focused on the boss. Like you don't get enemy kill. Like it doesn't like it's not relevant to your build if you're not fighting the boss. Is the issue. Okay, hold on. Before I heal, is there like one more thing I can grab? Fire. Sure, I'll just grab the primary. Oh, not enough Shadow Essence. I need more Shadow Essence. We need more Vespian gas. Not enough minerals. Alright, is that enough? Primary. Okay, I also need a heal. Don't get hit on the way if possible. Even though I feel like the boss will just freaking two-shot me anyway. It doesn't matter. I swear, like one hit like took a lot of my health already. Oh, what really? These enemies take so long to kill. Where's the boss? Over here? It sucks. Whatever. Half health. Where's the... I didn't even see the boss HP, by the way. I was too busy surviving. Oh, screw you. Oh, really? Oh my god. Really? Ah. I'm barely able to recognize the patterns yet. Do it all over again. Hooray. Well, I'm not stopping until I at least beat the boss. So, you know, I want to pick a new weapon is what I want to do. Let's pick this one. So, slash enemies dealing sign damage, draining Luxus points, Regalian Despair. I spelled it wrong, I think. I think it's a DESPAIR. Anyway, using the primary and secondary weapon in quick succession grants Luxus points. Okay, interesting. I like this one because it's just another sword. I want to use a big sword. Big sword. Like that. That's what I'm talking about. Now I'm dual wielding, you know? Boop 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 boop. Alright, see ya, Kewell, by the way. Should I say this? This is gonna whatever, like I'm like a nobody on the internet, but I do feel like when people just say goodbye, they get whatever. People have their own schedules, I understand that, but like when you just kind of like watch 1 hour and they just kind of leave, it's kind of like I do feel like, is it me? You know, it's just too boring, I guess. Like, I don't know, what can I do different? That's the things that go through my head. I think this is interesting enough, but I guess clearly not. Slash, slash, slash. I love slashing. But you know, I don't want to disparage people from just leaving if they don't, you know, they don't like what they're seeing. They're afraid to just leave, but I don't know. I do feel like, because I stream like 4 hours, which is not that long, I guess, but, and you know, people are not obligated to stay that long. I do feel like, you know, when they only watch like 1 hour and they're like, bye, see ya. This is shit actually. I'm leaving. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm being insecure. But that's what I feel like. You know? Give it a chance. Stay at least like 2 hours. Anyway, miscellaneous. I'll grab that. Do I have to be like bald or something? You know, that's what I should do. I'm just thinking, like, the streamers that I like watching, also, I'm freaking getting hit way too much. The streamers I like watching, I mean, for one, I can't really replicate because they're, like, way more experienced and just way cooler than me, but, you know, Northern Line, for example. Do I just need to shave my head, put on a webcam, and just go on big tangents about, like, random shit, you know? Is that what the people want? I don't know. That's not how he got started, though, I feel like 10 years ago, where I guess. I don't know, actually, how long has it been? I don't know. Like, that's not how he started. He doesn't go on like that's like a relatively, like, not newish thing, but like that wasn't his shtick. But then again, the landscape has been different. But, like, you know, Northern Lion, when he first started, like, he just played indie games, right? He just played indie games and he talked about the game. It's kind of, you know, his big thing, which is not really anything unique anymore, is just to talk. Like, compared to everyone else who does no commentary gameplay, they just play the game and be like, okay, this is the game now. And then 30 minutes of silence, and then they're done the game. They're like, okay, that was a good game. Bye, everyone. You know, and that's it. It's like his whole shtick is that he actually talks about something, you know, the whole time, instead of just not just like saying nothing at all, right? The whole time. That's really the difference. And so that's how he got started, you know. I feel like that's not unique anymore. Again, the landscape of gameplay videos is different nowadays, obviously. But I don't know. Like, again, like, I always think about, like, what can I do different? I'm not sure. Other than just getting better at talking, I guess. What can I talk about that actually makes people interested? I don't know. I wish I knew. Anyway, I'm looking at this, by the way. So enemy kill. So this is a healing thing, by the way. That's good. That's great. I like some healing. Heal from all sources. I don't have any healing in the first place. Secondary hits grant 2 stacks of partial healing. Interesting. Killed enemies. Killed enemies versus just hits in general. I don't know. I guess I'll choose secondary. Because on hit, I feel like it's more reliable than enemy kill. You know? Because at least you'll hit them eventually. So you'll hit the enemies eventually, so you'll get something back, maybe. Oh. That prioritizes me, like, using my secondary, however. I guess. I guess, yeah. It doesn't matter what weapon I use to kill, though, as long as I use my secondary more often. That's how that works. Okay, well, you're not leaving. Okay, well, I thought you were leaving. You type bye instead of bro. Unless you are, I don't know, anyway. Unless you're, what's the word? Backtracking? That's not the right word. Backpedaling, you know? Unless you're backpedaling because you feel pity. In which case, you know, you shouldn't feel bad. You know, you shouldn't feel bad because of what I said, but anyway. It's not like the worst thing in the world. It's just, I don't know. The way my perspective is kind of like, I don't know, like, how do I make engaging content? Do I do like a Mr. Beast thing? Like, I have to beat this game, otherwise they'll give $1 million away, you know? I wish I could do that. I don't have $1 million though, so that's the issue. The first step, you know, first step to being rich is to simply be rich, actually. Turns out. So, I don't know. I must beat this game. If you beat this game in another, like, 10 minutes, I'll give you $1 million. Woo! I don't know. Isn't there controversy? I don't know. Is there controversy about Mr. Beast, but then everyone forgot about it and nobody cares anymore because that's how capitalism works, I guess? I don't know. Not just capitalism, but just like social media, rather. Like, everyone just has incredibly low attention spans because, like, they're 10 years old. And they're like, this bad thing he did? Wow, it's so bad. We need to cancel him. And then 10 seconds later, anyway, let's watch the next Mr. Beast video. It's so funny. You know? Nobody cares at the end of the day. Nobody freaking cares. And to be fair, I don't really care that much either. You know, I'm not really invested in, like, drama, just in general. I just mention it because it's just something I've noticed, but not really my priority to care about other people's business all that much, really. I shouldn't. Sometimes I do care too much, and it's like, wait a minute, I shouldn't care this much. Like, wait a minute, I don't care. why do I care about this streamer who like gets into like a bunch of drama and like there's controversy and then they did like a bad thing maybe and like and there's a lot of hearsay, you know, like rumors, and they did this bad thing, you know, and then maybe this person did this bad thing, and they're like, you know, and often there's relationship problems as well, where like, oh, their girlfriend or boyfriend, you know, they're arguing about whatever, and they're like, you know, digging up like bad things that they said to this person, that thing. And usually it's always Discord messages as well, which is funny because I don't use Discord. It's like, if you're gonna say like really private shit on Discord, how about you just don't do that? You know, just don't post like really like incriminating things. I mean, obviously, I don't know, maybe shouldn't say this to like actual people who do bad things, but you know, don't post incriminating evidence in a Discord message. It just seems silly to me, you know. Just don't do that. It's very easy. Just don't say that you did a bunch of crimes, you know, or like it doesn't. Sometimes it's not even a crime. It's just something that is just ethically like damaging to your reputation, I guess. I don't know. Raises Lux's regeneration. You know, I'll grab this. I was gonna say like, yeah, don't say like bad things in the private messages. Just don't do that, you know. I don't know, people are too casual. This goes back to how I feel like people are just too casual with social media, I guess, and like give way too much personal information in public. But like everything you say on the internet is not private, you know. It's like on a server somewhere, and like people will leak what you say. I feel like, you know, you shouldn't just be so casual about what you say. You should treat it like, I mean, like a professional workplace, you know, that it's your job. I mean, especially if it's your job. I mean, this to me is a hobby, really. It's not really a job, but it'd be kind of cool if it turned into a job. I don't know, but then again, I don't really stream, you know, I don't make enough content to really turn it into a job because I don't have the time, but, you know, whatever. Catch 22, but I was gonna say, like, if it is your job, like a content creator, like a social media influencer, or whatever it is, like, it's your job. Treat it like a job. It's funny, the whole point is that it isn't like a normal job, but you still treat it like a job. You should be professional, you know, and not just say like stuff that would get you fired, you know, in like a freaking messaging app. I feel like it's just common sense. Hello? Anyway, again, this is I don't know. I shouldn't mention all these kind of things, you know. I just mentioned it vaguely, I guess. I don't want to point names and, you know, point fingers at anyone in particular, because I'm a fucking, you know, a fence sitter, I guess. I just don't want to be involved. I just want to like, you know, sit on the sidelines, you know, and just armchair Redditor style. I just like I just let everyone know like how everyone else is bad at what they're doing, and I do nothing about it, you know. That's how it works. Anyway, you weren't backpedaling, it's just sometimes you type the wrong things. Okay, well, I mean that's the beauty of messages, you know. Unlike if you're having a conversation, by the way, just like in what I'm doing right now, when you're talking, you can't exactly correct what you say. But in the message, I mean, ideally you proofread before. By the way, I always, you know, I mean, not anyone in particular, but like just in general, you should always proofread what you type. Don't press enter. Wait a moment before you press the enter button for any kind of message you type online. Yeah, speaking of, you know, before like leaking private messages on Discord, before you type anything, like take a moment. Oh, God. Take a moment, unlike what I'm doing, but take a moment to read over what you just typed. Read it over, read it out loud, because if you don't, it's most likely to be like a typo or something. Also, don't type on your phone. Like, I feel like that's also a thing. People are lazy when they type on their phone, I feel like. I never do, because I don't use a phone to like really consume media. I use a freaking computer, but maybe that's not a normal thing anymore for younger generation. I don't know, but I feel like people are lazy when they type on the phone, because they're like, if there's like a typo or whatever, they use autocorrect and they're like, it's not correct. I see that all the time, by the way, like threads and whatnot. It's like, oh, my phone got autocorrected this word into like another thing, but I'm not gonna fix it, hee. You know, it's like, no, fix it. Go back and fix it. You have all the time in the world to type your message. The least you can do is take the time and the effort to like care, you know, about what you're putting out into the world. I don't know. Anyway, this is just me. This is me rambling about random shit because I don't know what to talk about. But like, this is how I feel, you know. And I understand people are like, you know, they're not native English speakers, but if you are a native English speaker, you have no excuse. You know, I feel like, you know, if English is not your second language, you don't have any excuse. You should like pay attention to what you're writing. And just type it willy-nilly, the first thing off the top of your head. My bro. My brother in Christ. Anyway, primary. Sure, I'll just grab that. More healing, which is nice, but also no damage. I want more damage, is the issue. Well, now it doesn't matter what I attack with, what weapon I attack, I always heal. Or at least have a chance to healing anyway. Which is nice. Though I'm still getting hit a whole bunch, however. Not great. Also, aren't I supposed to alternate? I think it should it should alternate between the weapons is what the passive is. So if you alternate between the weapons, you get better mana regeneration, I think? Something like that. Something like that, you know. Alright. Black Lightning. Sure. I don't need healing. You know, the big sword actually is pretty good for AoE in terms of hitting multiple enemies at once. Let's see, is there something over here? Yeah. Oh, ooh. Oh my god, I don't know. I hate it when it's like a little freaking area, like a freaking, what do you call it? Like it's a little funnel, you know? I can't get past because there's too many enemies. Too many enemies. Sure, I'll grab that. You should start doing that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's what I recommend. Do you... I have the opposite problem, you know, where I recommend that because I feel like a lot of people don't do that, but I have the opposite problem where I obsess over every little thing, actually. Or like every message I type, I'm like, wait a minute, should I type this? And I was like, let me proofread it like 10 times, and I'm like, actually, I shouldn't send this. The moment is lost. You know, it's like, you know, I was gonna type a joke about related to some kind of moment. It's like 10 minutes have passed, and I was like, never mind. I just delete it. Like I have that problem. But I feel like that's not the problem that most people have. Most people have the opposite problem, where like they just kind of type the first thing that off the top of their head without thinking, and they shouldn't do that. They should pay attention. Anyway, I always get health, but really I should do more damage. Health doesn't help, you know, ironically. I keep getting health and it just doesn't do anything for me. I always keep dying to the boss anyway. Well, I'm gonna get health anyway, because I'm scared. I mean, it might be helpful because of the healing factor. If a stack of the health, I could do like a weird healing build. A weird like lifesteal survivability build where I just live a long time. Don't need that. Alright, but what's my... Again, what do I talk about? Okay, especially in this type of game, by the way. This is why I don't play these type of games very often, when it's like not very like story focused. It's kind of like, I have to fill in the dead air, and now I just ramble. I don't know, maybe someone likes that, I don't know, but... But now I'm like, okay, what else should I talk about? What was I talking about before? Something about like Mr. Beast. Oh yeah, I mean, gosh, I wasn't gonna rant about drama stuff, but you know, I just want to mention again, don't take my opinion too seriously, because I'm literally a nobody. But wasn't there like the whole controversy about some guy named Pirate Software or something? I don't know the guy, so this is something that's more like an outside observer and less you know, someone who's actually invested. Like, I don't really care that much about the outcome necessarily, but you know, and there's two things I know. One is apparently he's embroiled in some kind of like conflict or some kind of initiative. I believe it's called Stop Killing Games or whatever. I don't know much about it, to be honest, but I think it's something to do with like making sure games like survive, I guess. Like, if it's a game as a service, you know, like a lot of modern games in particular, like kind of games as a service. So kind of like Netflix, I guess, where like it's like a subscription base or whatever. Like it needs to be kept online, and once the servers are down, you can't get access to the game anymore. Sometimes, you know, certain games do that. Unlike back in the old day where like if the developer stopped supporting the game, then you can just grab the files and just make your own copy, make a private server or something like that, or just freaking just pirate it. Ironically, you know, pirate software. But anyway, but it's to keep games alive, right? Because games as like a art form rather than like a service, you know, it's a thing that we want to keep in the long term, even if you know the features aren't there anymore. It's not a product anymore. It's not a service anymore. We should still have it around, you know, just for like even just for history, you know, because that's kind of the point of the Internet Archive as well, to keep stuff so they don't disappear forever. Kind of like, I think that's what that means. I don't know, actually. I never looked it up. I just kind of like just through secondhand sources is what I assume that means. I could be wrong. Sure, I'll grab that. But that's what I understand. And apparently this guy, this content creator named Pirate Software, assumedly misrepresented the initiative. You know, this idea that we should have this kind of movement to be like, to protest against just leaving games to die and never be able to be played ever again. Apparently this guy said like, no, actually, it's bad, you know, basically. And the creator is like, what? No, it's not. And, you know, that's where the controversy comes from, because most gamers would agree that you'd rather keep the game, you know, you don't want it to stay as a service forever, because that's better if you're like the corporation, you know, not so much if you're the consumer, I guess. Kind of like, I mean, again, kind of like how it used to be, like if you buy like a physical game cartridge or whatever, eventually, you know, unless you're like a collector, I guess, eventually it's just a used product, you just give it away, you know, you sell it to GameStop for like 2 cents, or you just give it to somewhere else, right? Something like that. You don't do that anymore because it's just like unless you can, you know, pirate it somehow, I guess, which I guess people will always try to figure out how to do that. Generally speaking, you can't just do that anymore. You don't really own the game, you know? Again, it's like a service rather than like a game, which I have my own opinions about, but before I get to that, you know, I just want to mention, like, that's the context of like why Pirate Software, apparently, I don't know how much of a, like, you know, how much of a thing that people actually care about, you know, just like Mr. Beast is like, who cares? At the end of the day, people forget about it in like 2 weeks. But you know, that is something that people just they don't like this guy for, I guess. But here's another thing, you know, but that's like the whatever part, you know, that's like whatever. But the part that irks me, actually, and I'm not defending the guy, but what actually irks me is what I've been reading about, how I don't know, it's the whole thing, but like apparently there's like a thing for streamers to play World of Warcraft, and again, this guy named Pirate, again, I don't know this person, I'm talking as if I know him, I don't know him, I never watched any of his content, but apparently this Pirate Software guy got involved, like a group of streamers who play World of Warcraft hardcore, apparently, and there's this whole thing where like, oh no, you know, the whole thing where he like does a bad move and like I forget the context. Like, it's weird because I don't play World of Warcraft, but like it's like there's a raid boss, it's important, you know, it's permadeath as well, so it's like they're part of like a raid thing, and it's like, oh no, he did like a wrong thing, it's like he left too early and everyone's mad at him about it, right? And he didn't say sorry about it, I guess, something like that. And apparently, like, that's the thing that people rag on him about, more so than the other thing, I feel like, you know? Everyone just worry about the freaking video game thing he did, like the mistake he did in the video game, maybe. I don't know, but he didn't press the right buttons at the right time, I guess. That part kind of annoys me more, actually, because it's a video game, you know? Who cares? It's like, I don't know. It's not even competitive. It's the equivalent of like playing League of Legends and then you feed the enemy like one time. It's like, oh no, we lost the game because of you, bro. It's like, I don't know. That's how I feel about it, you know. And of course, it's like permadeath, which is really just a self-imposed challenge, and it's also it's a streamer thing. So who cares? They're not like competitive gamers. It's really just for publicity, you know. When a bunch of streamers do a bunch of things together, it's like it's just for clout. Who cares, you know? So that's what annoys me the most, actually. That people like care about that more than and at least overstate it anyway, you know. They overstate that moment in this content creator's you know, thing, the pirate software, at that moment where he like did a bad thing in a World of Warcraft game. You know, it's like, I don't know. And obviously it's frustrating, of course, because apparently that got other people killed, you know. Again, it's permadeath, so like you have to restart your character, like it's very frustrating, whatever it is. I don't know. I do feel like, though, at the end of the day, it's just a video game. It's just a toy, you know. That's how Northernlion always puts it. Like, video games are just toys. So people who like care way too much, like they send death threats over toys, is such, especially if you're a grown adult, is such like a psychopathic thing to do, you know. But people do it, you know, because they're online, you know. I guess I'll just get that. Anyway, I'm trying to decide which one to get. But yeah. Again, like people always also mention, again, I say people, this is just Reddit comments, but like people always mention how like it's not so much what he did during the World of Warcraft raid, it's more so like he didn't apologize for it or whatever, but like, I don't know. I feel like that it's just drama for drama's sake, you know? That's how I feel. Anyway. That just doesn't matter, you know? Again, it's like video games like by the way, I don't fully agree with that though. Like video games are just toys, you know? Like, it depends on the video game, I feel like, but I feel like some video games have more merit in them than just being a toy. Like, for example, if they have story, like, do you call like a book or like a movie a toy? It's not, it's entertainment, it's not really a toy, but it depends, right? It depends if it's the game, like, let's say Balatro, you know, Balatro is like definitely a toy because there's no story. There's a bunch of like numbers go up, you know. Again, I keep ragging on Balatro for some reason. It's like a game that a lot of people like. But like for some reason, I don't hate it. It's just like, again, it's like, to me, it's like, it's the antithesis of what I like about a video game. Exactly what I don't like, where it's just literally just numbers go up. Anyway, that's like a whole other tangent. Also, oh my god, okay, this is bad. Uh-oh. Where's the healing? Actually, where's healing? I need healing. I can't see the map. The map is like, it's all like blurry because I have low health. It's actually not great. Okay. Oh, what, really? Okay, never mind. Restart. Whatever. That's my bad for talking about pirate software. Anyway. But all I really want to conclude is that, yeah, people overemphasize that moment in like freaking World of Warcraft when really it's just a video game, man. Who cares? There's no real consequences. Unless people like have like subathon goals or something, I don't know. I guess money's involved in that case, but even then it's like, it's not real, you know? It's not real issue. Again, not to defend the guy, because maybe there is some merit to him like just being like, I don't know, just being like a how do you say, like a confrontational having a confrontational personality in terms of like other things, especially like the Stop Killing Games initiative, whatever it is, which I have my own opinions about. But anyway, but you know, that part, the one thing that people rag on him about, that I don't agree with. That's just dumb. In my opinion, that's just silly. But people care about it way too much. You know? That's how I feel. Anyway. I don't know if I want to mention that, you know, because you have to pick sides, don't you? Don't you have to pick sides? You have to be like, ooh, this guy is a bad person. Everything he does is bad. Also, he's ugly. Also, he smells bad. Also, you know, like, for some reason, this is why I feel about witch hunts as well. I don't know. Look, sometimes someone does something online and maybe it is bad and then it's warranted, right? Like it is warranted. Maybe it is warranted. Maybe it does something criminal. Maybe it doesn't have to be criminal. Sometimes it does something ethically just abhorrent and you just don't like the guy. And that's totally legitimate, valid. But when it turns into like a freaking, you know, ad hominem attack, which is to say, like, again, like, oh, he's bald, whatever, you know, just like it goes into like, I don't know, stupid territory where like you just want to insult this person because you're allowed to, you know, and that's just dumb. I hate that. I don't like that part of like cancel culture. Like, I understand some people are really against cancel culture, and I'm like, well, it depends. I'm like, it depends on the context, but generally speaking, I don't like that part of cancel culture when it becomes like a free punching bag, you know. It could be they could be a horrible person, but like, just because they have a bad hair day doesn't mean you're allowed to, like, you know, just say how bad the hair is. Everyone can have a bad hair day, you know. Anyone could, like, I don't know, be bald. I guess, I don't know. Well, not anyone, I guess. Well, it depends. I mean, you shave your head, I guess, but anyway, you know, like, anyone could be, like, you know, ugly, I guess, whatever it is. It's very subjective, by the way, but you know, like, when you insult someone's appearance, there could be like another person that looks almost exactly like them, or very similar, you know, have the same features, but like they didn't do like a bad thing. They're completely innocent. So like, you're getting the innocence involved, and that's not okay. Okay? I don't like it when people, you know, devolve into, like, again, ad hominem attacks and like insult someone's appearance, because that has nothing to do with their actions, you know. People should maybe I'm on like a high horse here, but like, people should be judged by their actions and what they say, not what they look like. That's the whole point of like a lot of stories, actually, a lot of fictional stories, a lot of anime stories, whatever, about like, you know, the power of friendship, you know, and all that. Like, you shouldn't judge people by their appearance. It's literally one of the first things you're supposed to learn in school, you know. Don't judge a book by its cover, you know, whatever. That's the whole point. Which I find that trope actually kind of fun, in fiction anyway. In real life, it annoys me, but like in fiction, like, it's fun though, because that's why I like yanderes, because the yanderes are like psychopaths, but like the cute anime girls, it's cool when it's fiction. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know, but even then, well, it's funny because there is like a, I feel like sometimes it is like a, I was gonna say, like, there is a bit of like a how do you say, bias, I guess. Like, when someone's like, you know, like, yeah, I was gonna say, like, when someone is ugly and they did something bad, everyone rags on how ugly they are, right? Whatever it is, like, they have like a weak, I don't know, a weak jaw, or like a really weird nose or something. I don't know, I'm just making this up, but you know. But when someone is like hot, you know, when they're pretty, I guess, or whatever, conventionally beautiful, I guess, then people don't mention that at all, right? So that's the weird double standard I don't like. That's what I'm trying to point out, I guess, at the end of the day. And that annoys me, especially on the internet. I feel like, again, this goes back to how, I don't know, this is a weird rant, by the way, playing this game, but like, I'm just talking shit, you know. I'm just a stream of consciousness here. But I was gonna say, like, I'm a train of thought. What was it? My train of thought was, oh, it's almost gone. It went off the rails. It's a literal train. Millions are gonna die. Something about, like, yeah, conventional beauty and like, I forgot. Well, I forgot what I was gonna say, actually. Gosh, it wasn't anything profound. I was just mentioning, yeah, again, something about like how, like, going back to what I was saying, like, again, let me repeat myself a little bit so maybe I can remember what I was gonna say. Like, yeah, people are judged by their appearance, right, and not their actions. Even when they do something bad, they're, you know, if they happen to be like unconventionally unattractive, that's what they get insulted with. But if they are conventionally attractive, then people don't mention it, right? And that's a bit of like a bias that people, I feel like, often have. Even when people say you're not supposed to judge people by their appearance, they still have that, and that, again, that annoys me. You know, that's the one of the things that annoy me on the internet. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, okay. So I was gonna say that, especially on the internet, when you can just be anonymous, right? The whole point, I don't know, back in my day, people can just be anonymous, right? People are not supposed to like post their selfies on Twitter or Instagram, whatever. You could just be anonymous. You can have like a freaking anime girl avatar or a Stoffel, you know, points at self, and not show your actual face, right? That's the whole point of internet anonymity, is that you shouldn't be judged by who you are or what you represent necessarily, or you know, what people assume you are by your appearance anyway, you can just be anonymous. And you should be judged by what your words and your actions, you know? But people don't do that. People still have biases. Which annoys me. That annoys me. Anyway. A blue dragonfly, I got a point. Apparently Ted Bundy got women to follow him because he was unattractive. Yeah, I mean, serial killers, I mean, that's a trope. I mean, it's a real life trope, I guess, but like, you know, it is a thing. Like, it's a thing, not just in real life, but also like in fiction, you know? You see it all the time, right? Like, it is a common trope to have like a pretty guy or girl. Usually, with my media consumption, it's usually a girl, but anyway, you know, but they're actually like a serial killer or something, you know? But it's like a real thing, though. People don't pay attention to that, I feel like. I don't know. And people, even when people think they do, and maybe even I have some unconscious, like subconscious biases too, but people say they care about, you know, or they don't care about appearances, but then they do, you know? So. It's called pretty privilege. It's true, people just prefer pretty people, yeah? I mean, it's there's nuance to it, because I do feel like sometimes, I mean, on average, most people are just average looking, really, you know? So it shouldn't really matter that much. I feel like. People feel like they're uglier than they are, actually. It really just depends on your own, like, self-esteem. But I do also, on the other hand, again, I mean, just in general, I don't like to discriminate on appearance, but I do feel like it's not just about being ugly, it's also, if you're pretty, people also assume things about you as well, which I don't like, because they just assume you're just born hot, I guess, when really, for most people anyway, it does take effort, you know? You have to, like, be at like a healthy weight, for one, which I feel like definitely is something that is, not discouraged, but like, it's not a priority, especially in America, like Western civilizations, you know, obesity is actually like a problem. But anyway, which, you know, definitely I've been there, you know. I don't think I've ever been obese, but I ironically, throughout my entire life, I've been overweight as a kid, then I've been underweight actually. I was too skinny because of like a metabolism issue. Then I fixed that, but then I became overweight again because my habits didn't match my actual like metabolism anymore. But then recently, as an adult, like way too late by the way, I've gotten into like exercise and you know, and being healthy, so I'm at like a normal weight now. But anyway, but I was gonna say like that's like a very important factor. Like most people, if you just lose weight, actually, if you have a lot of fat, if you just lose weight, you'll look fine. Really, that's really this almost like 80% of it for the most part. Anyway, besides that though, you know, people assume that when you're pretty, like people sometimes, not always, usually it's women that get judged, but anyway, you know, people assume that you're just born that way, but not really. People put effort to looking well, you know, to looking nice. You have to know what to wear, fashion, you need to, you know, I mean, mostly it's a woman thing, but I mean, makeup, I was gonna say, you know, one thing, and I don't know if I'm being too much of a white knight here, but like, I do feel like when guys, usually guys, people don't know what makeup is, but like, when guys say like, oh, you look better without your makeup, I get annoyed for the women. And maybe not every woman feels this way, but like, I get annoyed for the women because, usually women are always wearing makeup, even when they look like they're not wearing makeup. They're not wearing the, like, you know, the really fancy stuff, which actually, not to be sexist in the other way, I guess, but like I actually don't like the overall, you know, too much makeup look, you know, where you wear like eyeshadow and like mascara and like you wear like really like bright like lipstick. I don't know, I don't like that look. That's not attractive to me, but again, it's very subjective, I guess. Anyway, I was gonna say that when most guys think of makeup, they think of that, right? But like, not really. Most women, everyday women, are actually just wearing makeup. They just wear concealers and like foundation, you know, to hide their like imperfections. So most women are wearing makeup, as it turns out. I personally don't like it though, but not for that reason. I don't like it because it's kind of bad for your skin, isn't it? Just wear something all the time, your skin. I feel like it would give you acne. I don't know. Anyway, maybe that's just me. I personally don't like makeup, but for a different reason though, because it has a lot of chemicals in it and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm over-indexing on like, is that the right word? Or over-indexing on like the health or the unhealthy effects of like makeup. But anyway, because then, you know, if you wear makeup, then you have to consider like you're wearing moisturizer. You know, be like, make sure you're not using too much chemicals or too much like stuff. I don't know. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, appearance, right? You have to put effort into your appearance. I mean, maybe there's like 1% of people who are like, who just literally are just born incredibly beautiful, I guess. Even though that's subjective, I don't know what that would even look like, to be honest. What does that even mean? I don't know. Because to me, like, beauty is really just being healthy. You know, I equate the two, really. I don't know. Because I feel like that makes sense from about, you know, evolutionary standard, really. Just don't, you know, just don't be dirty. Just don't be gross. Just take a shower. Brush your teeth. I don't know. Floss. In fact, I've been taking my dental health really seriously as well, actually. I have a water pick now, even. I have a water pick. It's really helped, actually. I floss every day, brush my teeth twice a day. I use an electric toothbrush. I like that electric toothbrush because, I don't know. I like it better than the manual toothbrush. Because the manual toothbrush, you get bored. You know, you get really bored of brushing your teeth. I don't know, of the manual, you get to keep brushing, so, I'm bored. But for like an electric toothbrush, at least, you know, there's like a timer, so you just gotta wait until it's done. And it's like, okay, I'm done. I don't know, so for some reason, like a slightly different. Black lightning. I don't want to change anything necessarily. I'll just go on. I'm gonna die again though. I'm very distracted because I'm just ranting about random things now, and so I'm incredibly distracted. And I'm doing horrible again. Oh no. Anyway, I forgot what I was even talking about, but basically, yeah, something about appearances, and I hate how people. They worry too much about appearances, whether they're pretty or whether they're ugly. It's like, who cares? Everyone should just be like an... I died. Everyone should just be an amorphous blob. I wish everyone could just be that, you know? But wasn't there like an episode? There was a... what was it? Fairly Odd Parents episode? Which I remember from my childhood, I guess. Or like, isn't there like an episode like that where everyone literally turned into like a gray blob and yet there was still, you know, social discrimination even though everyone looked the same? I don't know. I guess it's human nature. But it annoys me all the same. Boop. 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 Alright, well anyway. I'm kinda thirsty. I should enter some water. I haven't drank my water bottle yet. Gosh, haven't made any progress. Okay, I might be playing this game the entire stream because with the progress that I'm making, dying every single time, like I really just want to fight. I want to beat that boss. Is there more bosses after that? I'm assuming so. I mean, this game is free for one, and it's just like a small project. I say small, you know, relatively small anyway, for this developer. I think it's their first project as well, but which by the way is pretty good for a first project. Very high quality, I gotta say. Oh, none of shadows. But I don't know how much. I don't know how much content there is exactly. You know, so that's why I was thinking it's gonna be a short game. Turns out it's not. Turns out it's a hard game actually. Then again, I'm just not used to like 2D platformers. You know, I'm going back to like what I was saying before. I want roll slop. I'm so used to roll slop. Part of the reason why I like Dark Souls is because I'm used to it as well. I want Dark Souls because it makes more sense to me to dodge things in a 3D like plane where I can have iframes. Ow, see, I don't know, I don't get that. If I go here and then they shoot me right there, it's like, what the heck? How am I supposed to predict that? If they just shoot right in front of me, how am I supposed to dodge? I can't dodge. I have to wait, but I don't want to wait. If I wait too long, they get stronger. Again, one thing I wish I could do is parry the bullets. Oh, that would be nice. I guess it'd be too easy, but I want to parry the bullets, man. Okay, let me just grab this real quick. Ooh, actually, I got enemy kill, which is bad. I didn't want enemy kill. Whatever, that's fine. It's not bad necessarily, it's just I'd rather not take enemy kill. I'd rather take stuff like on hits, or just secondary or primary, because I'd rather have it be more reliable. Whatever, let's do that. Cackle demons. I hate these cackle demons. Where's my shotgun? You know, again, I'm not a range guy, but if there's guns, you know, that's the exception. If there's guns, give me a gun instead. That's what I want. Guess I'll heal. Not great, because it increases the exaltation meter. Yeah, can't reach you. Alright. Oh, damn it. Oh, come on. You see, that's my issue as well, which is a skill issue. Is that, you know, if I drop down really fast, I'm suddenly in the room enemies, how am I supposed to dodge? You know, where's the iframe button? That's what I'm wondering. Because there is no iframes. I haven't got an iframe. Ah. No iframes for the dash as far as I know. There's no iframe like upgrade or whatever. Okay, where's the healing? I got healing. Oh my god. Let me just grab this. Okay. Give me health, I guess. You know, maybe I should just grab more health. I should just keep grabbing health instead. Who cares about damage? I just need to live. If I simply live to see another day, that's all I need. I mean, that tends to be my strategy in Dark Souls. You know, in Elden Ring, here's another thing, you know, that annoys me. You know what's bullshit? Wasn't there like a series like that from James Rolfe, you know, angry video game nerd? Like, you know what's bullshit? It's basically all I do when I need to fill in the dead air. I just talk about what annoys me. You know, I don't know. I never talk about what I enjoy. I just talk about what annoys me. I don't know. To me, I'm more impassioned when I talk about what I don't like instead of what I like. Because when I like something, I'm like, oh, it's good. And that's it. There's nothing to talk about, I feel like. I don't know. I'm really that type of person. And just in general, like in media as well. I don't know. I feel like when it's something like where there's no drama or conflict or anything, like it's fine, it's just it doesn't keep me engaged, so that's why I tend to focus on the negative. But like, that's kind of bad. I feel like in general you're not supposed to do that, but oh well. I feel like if you're someone that is always negative, people just don't like you. But I like it. I like it when people are negative, you know, at least in a fun way, not in like a, you know, like everything sucks, I feel bad, you know. I'm more like a George Carlin enjoyer, you know? Like, I'm more like freaking George. I mean, I can't be as funny as him, obviously. Rest in peace. But, you know, the comedian George Carlin, obviously you see a bunch of clips on YouTube, but like, he literally, that's all he does. He like, at least his most infamous bits anyway, are all about just complaining, especially about society. And it's like, society fucking sucks. You fucking suck, you know, basically. Something like that. And it's funny, and I like it. I don't know. That kind of like molded my personality, I feel like, a little bit. So that's why I like talking about things I don't like, more so than things I do like. It's not funny, though, when I talk about things I do like. Or at least, I don't know if it's funny necessarily, at least entertaining, I don't know. Again, I'm just more impassioned when I talk about something I dislike, more so than anything else. It's an issue though, because I do feel like that kind of carries over sometimes. Like when I give my quote-unquote critique on video games, I feel like maybe I'm a little bit too harsh. You know, sometimes I regret what I say, and like maybe I'm a little bit too harsh, you know, on this like random free obscure indie game, you know, that someone made for free, and like they put it out there, you know. I wonder if they feel bad if I said anything that sounds mean, because I don't want to be mean. I don't know. I just feel like when I critique something, I try to be constructive. Anyway, what was I talking about? I totally forgot what I was going to say. But, oh yeah, I was going to say something that annoys me. What was it, something that annoys me? I totally forgot now. I totally forgot what I was even going to mention. Okay, don't go there yet. Gotta heal. Ah! I gotta heal even more now. Where's my healing factor? I Ah, I hate that. You know, because I'm... Yes, I just gotta like not... I gotta wait for the projectile and then attack, maybe. This is a problem I keep doing. I run into the enemy. I can't dodge, so... I get hit by the projectile. Okay. Miscellaneous. Sure. Maybe that's a better chance to get those blades, I guess? Be nice. Oh. Oh. Ah, damn it. Of course, I need more healing. I need healing. Genji needs healing. Whatever that is. I never played Overwatch. I just know for some reason Genji always needs healing. I don't know why and Genji always needs healing. He should get some health insurance. I don't know. That he needs that much medical aid. Anyway, I'm still trying to remember what I was gonna say. Something about like something that annoys me. I totally forgot though. What was it? What was it? I need to like backtrack a little bit in my brain. I mean, there's a lot of things that annoy me. But like, it's some kind of human behavior. I can't remember. Well, why is it so hard? I can't... Why is it so hard? Why my brain so slow? How long has it been, by the way? It's almost 2 hours. I gotta take a break soon. But after, maybe one more, you know. Until at least until I reach the boss. You know, leeching. Leech enemies' health. That sounds interesting. I need that. Well, now I just want to use my primary, because I put it on my primary instead. Maybe I shouldn't put it on, like, maybe kill or something. Oh, come on. Give me health. Give me health. Give me health now. Did I get any health? I don't think I did. Alright, let's move on. Let's grab... You know what? I'm grabbing health. I always get health and damage. I'm just gonna get health. Because I feel like in... You know, I don't know. In games like Dark Souls, for example, and this is not really like a Dark Souls type game, not Souls-like necessarily. At least I don't feel like it. But I mean, that's what you do in Souls games, right? It's like, the damage you don't care about. You just gotta survive as long as you can, and that's about what you do. Because I prioritize survival, because then you get to see the enemy patterns more, and eventually, you can master, not master, but like, you get good enough anyway at recognizing enemy patterns until you can beat it without taking too much damage, is the whole idea. And then you can replicate it in the future. But the first thing you gotta do is make sure you survive long enough in the first place. It takes so much hits though. Definitely lacking on damage, however. Especially because taking so long to beat the levels. Oh gosh. Oh my god. They keep respawning. Oh, what the heck? He can't just run into me. It's not allowed. Alright, sure, primary. A lot of enemies in that corner there. Oh my god. It's so much. What am I supposed to do? Okay, it's getting ridiculous. Well, this is when you need power. You need damage. You can't do anything without damage. Oh god. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get over here, you know? Oh, that's just transmutation. That's not useful. I was gonna say. Oh my god, I'm gonna die again. Oh my god. Ah! Game's too hard. Restart. And again, my issue is that I wish there was an iframe, you know? I wish you could dodge somehow, to dodge projectiles or parry them or something. I don't like, cause it's bullet hell, but like you can't move in all directions is how I feel, right? That's what I don't like about platformers. Like, that could be a skill issue, it's just not what I'm used to. I don't like it when, like in Toho, for example, you can move in all directions. I mean, Toho is pretty hard still, but in this game, you can't do that, right? You can't really control your gravity, you have to like, wait, and then you go this way, go that. I don't know, you can't really turn on a dime, I guess. I mean, you can on the ground, but like, you know, when there's projectiles that come from all directions, you can't exactly like get out of the way, and that's why I want iframes. Anyway. I'm not done yet, but it's been 2 hours, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm gonna grab a snack, go to wash my yeah, I can't speak. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go to the washroom and grab a snack, and I'll be right back after a few minutes and probably just continue playing this game. I really want to like at least beat the first boss and see what that's like. I don't know. I guess we'll see. BRB after a few minutes. Alrighty. Let me turn off my AC. Actually, I want to keep it for just a little bit. I want the cool air to be like, just circulate a little bit more. But while I wait, I guess I don't have to wait, but I just want to mention real quick, I actually got, I mean, this is like maybe something nobody cares about, but I mentioned how I was working on an English version of that game I played like 2 weeks ago at this point, siblings. Where is it? This game. I really liked it. I really liked it, so I really want to like, especially because it's like really, I don't know, to me anyway, it feels like an obscure game that nobody knows about, at least any English, speaking people. English speaking people? I don't know. The English speaking audience, just doesn't know about. It has got more views, by the way. Like at least 1,000 more people found this game. Again, probably not because of me, probably because of Vine Sauce or whatever. I think he played it like very briefly. He didn't even know how to play it, actually. He didn't even know there was a parry system, I remember. Anyway, but I like it, I like the game, and I wanted to like translate it, even though it doesn't really need a translation. I feel like just having like an English version, I feel like it would make it more accessible. People would be less inclined to be led to go to a random Japanese website where they don't know how to speak Japanese, they don't know what's going on. They're like, what Japanese, Nihongo, nani? And it's like super short. I wanted to have an English version so that if at least one other person finds it and is like, oh, this is good, it's like, I want that, right? That's kind of like the whole point of my YouTube channel. Well, one of the main points anyway. It's just to highlight games that I think are cool, Sometimes I don't love every game that I play, but, I still want to like show it off, and maybe other people might like it, I don't know. Anyway, but it was really good. I did mention before as well, like Siblings it did win a contest, I remember. I thought I was mistaken, but it did like specifically for like Wolf Editor RPG, which if you didn't know, again, Wolf Editor RPG is kind of like this, how do you say, like a free alternative to like RPG Maker, which I play a lot of RPG Maker games. It's like a game engine used to like make RPGs, but it doesn't always have to be an RPG. This one is actually, this is the website by Silver Second. And I think what's his name, Smoking Wolf, I think's the programmer, I'm assuming, or the person who made this engine. Like the whole point is that it's a free version, free alternative to RPG Maker. However, it's only in Japanese though, at least the latest version. I think there's like an older English version that I believe VG Hime made or something. But this person that made like games, I don't know. I mean, these are their games. I want to go to like, is there like a, nope, not that. Where's the home page? I don't know. This person. The person that made, I mean, most well known for translating a bunch of indie games. Right? Indie RPG Maker games. Usually RPG Maker. Where's the games list? That's what I want. Now look at all these blogs where those like, they're pouring their heart and soul into making. I just want to look at their games that they translate. Over here, I think. Yeah, I mean, just in Europe. Like here. Like, these are all the games I translated. It's where I got a lot of games to play, on my channel, actually. Anyway. That's all just to say that they translate, like, I think with another person, they made a English version of Wolf Editor RPG, but it's like an older version, so you can't really... I mean, you can use it, it's just, it might not be compatible when I used it with, anyways, the whole thing. But I tried to use the English version with the siblings thing to like try to edit some files, but it didn't work. So I had to find like a very specific version of Wolf Editor RPG, but not the newest version, but like a very specific version, so slightly less than. Anyway, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that Siblings is a good game. I'm working on an English patch, and I actually have something ready. Just to show, again, I don't know if anyone cares, but like, I've been working on this, and it's like something actually I'm kind of a little bit proud of, but I don't know. I'm not done yet, but I do have like a page, and I did get, by the way, I did make sure to get a permission. That's the number one thing you gotta do first. Well, technically I did it a little bit later, but anyway, you gotta get permission from the developer. to translate their game, you know, and just share it just in general. Hopefully this doesn't leak anything. Hoping it doesn't leak anything. Again, this is like a bit of a tangent. I just want to put it out there because I don't know if someone might find it interesting. But yeah, I made like a little page, you know. I want to share it on Itch.io specifically. Siblings English. Again, siblings itself is kind of a weird name to search for, though. This SEO is not great. I think I put it like technically it's siblings. Siblings colon seek the immortal, because it's like a common phrase. In fact, it's the first phrase you see in the tutorial message. Like, it's kind of thematic to the game. Spoilers. We have to seek the immortal. You have to find the immortal, whatever it is. Anyway, I made a little page. I was thinking of like sprucing up the little background image, but I find like for most games on Itch.io, you know, for example, let's go back to like some kind of random Itch.io game. Look at these men kissing each other. I don't know. Are they men? They are men. Anyway, I don't know. What's like a common, like a game I played before? I don't know. I just want to show off. Oh, maybe this one. I mean, I haven't played this one, but like, you know, when you zoom out like this, I guess this one's fine. Never mind. This one's not a good example of what I was trying to say. Which one's like, I mean, what the page I had here, right? Well, this one doesn't have it. I'm trying to showcase like why I don't put like a background image, basically. Well, the problem is the resolution. It doesn't scale well. I'm trying to show like an example somewhere, but turns out people are too good at making backgrounds. I don't know. We're here. What's the game I played before? Anthology, maybe? I mean, this works. This is a tile. It works if it's a tile, it works. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, see? I mean, this is not the worst thing in the world. It's just, yeah, you see here? See how like it doesn't really fit the whole page? It doesn't scale when you know, obviously not everyone's gonna zoom out like this, but like I believe if you're, for example, you have like a 4K monitor or something, it's not very future-proof. When you add like a background image, it doesn't scale very well. So I do believe you can get permission to like edit the code and CSS and like turn it into a gradient maybe, but that's like a lot of work just to change like one thing. But anyway, that's why I'm keeping it gray. I mean, it works anyway, right? Oh yeah, this whole GIF was kind of hard to make because they had very specific, how do you say, very specific requirements. The GIF couldn't be too big. You can't just upload like an MP4 file. You have to make it like an animated GIF. Somehow, for some reason, people are still using GIFs. We should be using like WebP or whatever, right? Or something that's like an animated thing. Anyway, I want an animated thing though, because I feel like that catches people's attention more, right? And I think it showcases what the game's strength is actually the animations. You know, not necessarily, if you see it like in one frame, it might not look that cool, but like if you actually look at the actual animations, that's what makes it look cool, you know? That's what makes it look fun to play. I also put a content warning. I don't know if this matters. I just noticed a lot of games on Itch.io, they have content warnings. I'm like, maybe I should put a content warning. I don't know. I don't know if graphic violence is the correct answer, because when you say graphic violence, that means like really like gory stuff. This game doesn't get that gory. There's no real gore really, but there is some spots. I mean, there's the one where you get stabbed here. Like it's like it cuts to a silhouette. So I don't know what, you know, like this. Like it doesn't. That's not really that bad, but like, I don't know. I put it there anyway, just in case. I mean, there's like one scene where he gets choked out, which is kind of like maybe disturbing. I don't know. Ending, I guess. But I put it here anyway, just to be safe. But yeah, I did get permission actually from the developer to actually translate the game and put it on Itch.io and everything. I think I got a reply in my Twitter DMs, which, by the way, if you ever message me on Twitter, most likely it got sent to spam. You know, I had to click on another thing here and it didn't notify me. It's been 1 year, 2 years, 1 year, 3 years have passed, and I didn't reply because it's been so long. It'd be just kind of awkward to reply, you know? And otherwise, you know, it's just a bunch of spam. You know, by the way, on Twitter, you get so much spam. You get like porn spam, basically, or just fake accounts that invite you to like random like cryptocurrency scam groups or something. I don't know. I just kind of block them all. I don't know what else to do. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I got permission. I wonder how that works though. I mean, I guess he can just revoke it whenever he wants, but like like how can I screenshot it? You know, like I screenshotted it, of course, but like, does it hold up in court? I wonder. If he ever like sues me suddenly, I don't know. Like, I mean, I doubt that would happen, but like, what if he sues me? You know, how do I use his evidence? What if he just deletes the message? How's that work on Twitter DMs? By the way, I don't know. Like, if you screenshot it, can't you just pretend? Can't the other person just say it's photoshopped? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I did the thing. It's not completely done. It's actually restricted. You can't find it. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned that actually. It's you can't find this yet because it's restricted. If you try to go to the URL, there's a password. Only because I don't want to. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too cautious, I guess. But I want it to be completely ready before I release it. Even though it's gonna just, you know, be released one day in public, and like one person's gonna find it and it's gonna be like, this game sucks, and then that's it. That's the end of it. I don't know. I'm hoping at least some people might like it, especially, you know, if they wouldn't have checked out the original game otherwise. I mean, I say it here, you know, it's like, it is here, you can find it here if you want, it's free. But you know, I won't make it English so that, you know, it's just slightly more reach, you know, where like people who wouldn't have checked it out will check it out now just because it's in English. And again, I put a little bit more effort than just machine translation. It's not just machine translated, it's actually proofread, and actually, you know, I interpret some of the words, you know, and sometimes some of the words are like very localized, so it might be completely different meanings, but I'm hoping it's not that noticeable anyway. But yeah, I was gonna say though, it is by the way, it's the #1 best entry in the Wolf RPG Editor Contest. Like the 15th annual one, apparently. I think like 2023, I want to say. I don't know if it's 2024. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. I have to look up the actual date. Does it say? I don't know if it says. I mean, there's a 16th one. I think it's last year. 15th one's like 2 years ago, I think. I could be wrong. I can't read Japanese like on site. I have to definitely have to go through like a Google Translate. But generally, I think this means like, yeah. I mean, there's different categories, by the way. There's different categories. I mean, just like a kind of like a game jam on itch.io, like different categories for different types of games and everything. But Siblings, I believe, if you look over here, it's #1. It's a good game. It's a good game. It's a good game, and people are sleeping on it. Anyway, not to overshadow the game that I'm playing right now, but yeah, it's just something I worked on, and maybe I'll sit like on Twitter or something. I don't know. Is what I'll do in the future, and maybe people will play it. I don't know. I don't have a lot of reach. I'm also like a nobody on the internet, but like you know, I want to recommend this game because it's cool. Anyway. It does take a bit of work, you know, even though it just translates, like whatever. It's not, I'm not like the actual developer, but like, you know, it did take a bit of work, is what I'm saying. Anyway, alright, well let's if you want to turn off my AC, get back to Project Hollow. Because I want to at least beat the first boss. I don't know, is there anything beyond the first boss? I don't know, but like, I feel like this game is like really hard and I can't beat it. Alright, let's look at the unlock requirements. It says here, apply burn. I mean, we could try like, yeah, try getting these little achievements maybe, at least. You know, if I'm gonna die every single run anyway, might as well go for like a specific type of thing. It requires a burn though. It's gonna allow burn. Defeating the first boss, I guess. Killing 20 enemies in less than a second. That's kind of hard. Reaching the elevator of the 12th level and finishing your 4th loop. I haven't barely finished one loop. 4 loops? Are you kidding me? 12th level as well, so we didn't even go halfway yet. We weren't even in the halfway point. Are you kidding me? Okay, whatever. I'll just grab this. Cyan. Let's try this again. And while I play this game, I guess I'll yap some more. But maybe yapping is a bad idea because I focus less when I'm yapping, though. That's the issue. That is a real issue. That's the problem. People don't realize when you stream. People never tried streaming. You know, at least seriously, you know, not just like open the game and just say nothing the whole time. You actually have to like fill in the dead air and attempt to be entertaining, even though I'm not. But you know, when you're talking at the same time as you're playing, especially if it's a game that's not turn-based, and maybe that's why like a lot of content creators prefer games that are not like that doesn't require a lot of like thinking, you know. Sure, let's do that. You can't exactly just pause, you know, in this game. I mean, you can, but you can't, you know, in the middle of where you do something, fighting something, you can't like just stop everything that you do and just continue your train of thought. It's kind of hard to do both at the same time. Turns out it's hard to talk and play video games at the same time, especially when it requires a lot of attention. Okay? Okay, I have it hard, okay? No. But let's try to make some progress. Maybe. Not enough shadow essence. I kill like one more thing. I need, where's an enemy? I really gotta stop taking damage. Like, taking damage is so bad in this game because you can heal, but it's gonna take up exaltation, you know, levels or whatever. It's bad for your health. Turns out, in every way. What's the thing again? Like, mention, I forgot to read. Is that like a thing you can look at? It kind of says here. Oh, here you go. So, using the primary weapon in quick succession grants 3 Luxus points, 3 stacks of wind power, gives you attack speed. Okay, so if you alternate, right, because I try to alternate sometimes, but if you alternate, it gives you better attack speed, so you really just want to spam it, ideally. Ooh, sure. Oh, not if you really just want to spam it. I should be doing more of that to maximize my damage, because if I'm not, I'm just leaving damage on the table, you know? I wonder if it matters if I don't think it does, actually. As long as I just use... Oh, damn. Oh my god. As long as I just simply attack, even if it don't hit anything, it still stacks the buff. I think. I think so. Fire Spirit. Come on. I need more Shadow Essence. Give me the Shadow Essence. Of course, I have to be careful with my mana, though. I can't spam it forever. Alright. Let's move on. I can continue killing, but it's probably better just to move on. Get some more health. Again, like, I don't know what's a good balance. Obviously, you don't want to focus too much on survivability, because just because you live longer doesn't mean it's a good thing, because you can't take your time. You have to, like, progress fast enough, otherwise enemies will just get harder and harder and harder, and you get overwhelmed, just like last time. It's just like my last death, really. Okay. I'm trying to be fast, but at the same time, I'm not getting enough Shadow Essence. Oh, come on. Alright. Ding. Ding dong. The bell tolls for your death. Ow. Oh my god. That always happens. I'm trying to get close to the enemy and they just shoot me right in front of my face. I wish there was some kind of indication of when they shoot. That'd be nice. Again, maybe too easy, but like they're flashing, you know, like they flash, boop, 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 pew, you know, before they shoot. It would be nice to know, because right now they just shoot at a very, like, again, to be fair, a very consistent timing, but like I just don't have it memorized, you know. So it's not really something that comes natural. I don't truly know when they actually shoot. Alright, maybe it's a bad idea, but I want to grind a little bit more so I can use the other thing. Oh, damn it. The platforming as well is something I struggle with. Anyway, what to talk about? I don't know, I was gonna mention like maybe a little bit of the Uma Musume game. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever play it, really, especially on stream. I'm definitely not on stream. I don't know. Which is funny because everyone and their grandma is playing it, you know, at least on Twitch anyway. But I mean, the main reason I'm playing it is because, like, you know, even though I'm a big weeb and all that, like, definitely it's not something I wouldn't dislike necessarily. It's just that I've already been there. I've been there, done that, you know? These, like, normies, you know, these freaking normies who never touched an anime gacha game in their life. You know, the first time they get invested into it, you know, everyone's getting into it for some reason, but, like, I've already been there. I already played Fate Grand Order, you know? I played it, like, years ago. It's basically the same thing. And it's so funny how, like, I don't know. People always assume these gacha games are very, like, insidious. And in some ways they can be. You know, but like, it's always kind of been that way, right? Loot boxes, you know, pay-to-win cosmetics, you know, premium currency. It's always been a thing. Have you not been paying attention, you know? And definitely some mobile games are more predatory than others. But, you know, for a lot of modern anime gacha games, by comparison, it's actually super generous. And I don't know, people get so caught up in the fact that the horse game is like, oh no, it's good, you're gonna lose all your money, woohoo, you know, it's become such a big meme, and it's like, well, not really. Unless you're really that, like, unless you lack that much self-control, you know, in which case, don't go to the casino, I guess. You know, like, come on. Now, people, you know, people don't care about the freaking casino, but suddenly when horse girls, you know, horse anime girls are involved, then they care? Like, come on. Somehow the horse anime girls will make you gamble more? No, just in general, like, if you can't be trusted with gambling, you shouldn't be doing it. I don't know. Again, to be fair though, maybe like kids get involved, they don't know better. I don't know, but they should know better though, because they should have been exposed to that kind of thing early on. I feel like, I mean, for me, it was Maple Story, you know, or like in RuneScape and stuff like that, where you gotta pay money for premium content, but I don't, because I'm like free to play. And in gacha games, you can, like, in contrast to that, actually, in gacha games, you can get everything you want. At least a lot of modern gacha games, anyway. You get almost everything you want just by playing for free. You don't have to pay money. Paying money just simply speeds up the progress of how you get stuff, but if you just simply save everything, you'll eventually get what you want. At least in a lot of gacha games, anyway. You might not get, like, literally everything, like, not every, like, rare, super rare SSR or whatever character, but you'll get generally the general gameplay loop and the most things that you can do in the game. Except PvP, I guess. But then who touches PvP? Who like, ew. Who touches PvP in a gacha game, you know? Seems like a try-hard kind of thing. Which is funny, because I think Epic 7, I think I played a little bit of PvP. Like, it's kind of like asynchronous PvP, really, but, you know, that's kind of like a secondary thing. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. Oh my god. I'm heading back because I want to heal, but it's gonna make the whole thing harder. Oh wow. Oh my god. Let me just let me live. Just let me live. Let me live. Oh damn it, really? Oh, seriously? I really want to parry the frickin' projectiles. Why can't I not parry? Why can't I just not parry the projectiles, huh? Iframe it or something. Just destroy them, you know? I hate them. Whatever. I guess I'll skip the other healing. Because I don't need it. I'm hoping the skill that I get from attacking will be enough. Anyway, I was talking about, something about like gacha games and how a lot of impressions of like people who never play gacha games is that they're very predatory. And to be fair, again, a lot of mobile games are, but like, you know, like specifically like anime gacha games from, I don't know, China and like Japan and Korea, they've perfected the formula where you don't have to like spend a lot of money. There's a whole like industry behind it. You know, the whole point is that they only want people who have a lot of money to spend money, and everyone else can just play the game. It doesn't matter. You know, you can just spend time playing the game. It's really for people who have jobs, you know, and don't have time. Those are the people that, you know, may want to spend money. But at the end of the day, you could just play the game. It's no different from like an MMO, really. A lot of gacha games are very, very similar to MMOs. They just, you know, obviously the name is a bit of how you say, contradiction, right? Because MMO means like massively multiplayer online, but what I mean is like the mechanics most often associated with MMORPGs, which is the grinding, the questing, you know, the accumulation of currency, different types of currency, leveling up skills, you know, that kind of thing, right? This is we doing RuneScape essentially, you know. A lot of mechanics that besides the whole like social aspect of being like a multiplayer game, it's more so it's just a thing that's kind of like everything is just based on just getting numbers to go up, you know, and that's basically what it is. A lot of gacha games are kind of like that. They're very grind heavy, you know. Again, unless if you're not spending a lot of money, but even then, if you spend a lot of money, I don't think like you still have to grind anyway. Kind of like a loss of value if you spend money. Actually, it's like cheaper to just, I mean, you know, depending on your own time, I guess, your own like opportunity cost, I guess. If you're a freaking CEO, maybe, but for most people, really, the time spent just simply grinding the game is just, it's less, you know, it's less efficient if you just use money to pay for everything. Because I don't think you can even pay for everything anyway. You still have to grind a little bit, yeah, in the first place. At least for most gacha games. I never played it with Musume, but like I'm pretty sure. Like I play a few gacha games. Fate Grindor in particular was the one I played the most of, but I played others as well for a little bit. But I heard, you know, people get so confused about like how it all works and everything. It's like I already know. I don't have to play the game to know. I'm a veteran, okay? A free-to-play like games in general that require like a lifetime of grinding to get what you want. I've done that. I've already done that. You fools. You noobs. I'm a real gamer. You know, wasn't there like a meme about like, you're not a real gamer? Dark Souls is not... Well, the funny thing is like, it's supposed to be like a rant against like games for babies or whatever, like Animal Crossing's not a real game or something like that. I want to change it around to be like, you know, Dark Souls is not a real game, you know, Fortnite is not a real game, gacha games are real games, you know, or something like that, where it's like silly. Final heal. I have a lot of Shadow Essence now, but I don't know where to find the upgrades. And go to the right. Well, there's something on the left, right? See on the map? First blow, miscellaneous, sure. I'll do miscellaneous, because I don't know what else to do. Yeah. Oh, damn it. I got so used to spamming, because that's the main mechanic of the sword, that I didn't realize I don't have, I don't have enough mana anymore. You know, all the attack speed in the world doesn't really help, because they get knocked back when I attack, so I can't really spam as fast as I can. Oh my god. Get cornered there, which sucks. The boss already? Ah. I'm dead. I wanted to go back to get the healing, but too much enemies. Again. I can't get past the first boss. It's too hard. Or not even the first boss, the first stage, really. I don't know. It's a skill issue because I don't play a lot of 2D platformer games. Again, I really wish there was like, not like the dash is okay, but like it doesn't get me out of situations. Like I want a bunch of projectiles like surround me, and I press a button and they'll freaking teleport or something. You know, not even a teleport really, just iframes. I want iframes. The whole reason why I play video games, I press the roll button to iframe everything. If I can't do that, what's the point of playing video games? You know. Secondary, I guess. You know, it's not really a build. I feel like, again, the game emphasizes on the game page that you're making a build and all that. Maybe there's some ways to manipulate that, the transmute, I guess, but it's really just random, I guess, you know? You can choose, like, what affects the different, like, you know, what the, how do you say, the trigger effects of your special skills and passives, but I don't know. I always end up choosing the same thing anyway, because it's not much of a difference, really. So I don't know how I feel about that, because it doesn't feel like you're making a build, because you're not really choosing anything. I feel like it's just up to the whims of RNG. Other than primary and secondary and whatever, enemy kill, but like, I don't know, I never pick enemy kill, because that just simply makes the stages easier, but it doesn't make the bosses easier. In fact, it will stall you for the boss, right? Because you end up in a situation where you can't really kill like anything in a boss room, other than the boss, so you never get any of the effects, is the issue. So you never want to choose it, I feel like. Because that's what's actually hard, not the actual just freaking mobs. Okay. Let's go. You know what would be nice? Double jump. You know what would be nice? Double jump. I want a double jump, please. Thank you. By the way, I was just thinking, like, platformers in general. Did Mario have a double jump? I actually don't remember. Obviously, he had, you know, the mushroom, go beep, 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 you know, it gets big. And he has the fire flower, you know, in the original, like, Mario anyway. Super Mario Brothers, or the NES. But did he have, like, a double jump? It's so synonymous with, like, platformers in general to always have a double jump. That if you don't have a double jump, it just feels weird, right? In fact, in some games, for example, you eventually get an upgrade to get a double jump, and that's what like makes it like cool. I don't know. Ow. Did Mario have a double jump? I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I know in the other Mario games, he could get like he can fly sometimes. He spin. I don't know if he ever done like a full like actual double jump. I don't remember. I just think I'm imagining Mario, red little guy in pixel art, like boing, boing, boing. I can't imagine him doing a double jump. It's strange, even though like he's like the originator of platformers. Anyway, that's all to say though. I want a double jump. That would be nice. More control, basically, right? So when a projectile is coming in my direction, I have more control to get out of the way. In the air, in particular in the air. Because I never feel safe jumping towards an enemy that shoots projectiles because I can't control my ascent that well. Explode. Change to explode. You know what? Sure, I'll do that. Do that. Double check the map. That's everything, I guess. No matter how much health I get, I still die. It's funny. I feel like the health option is to be like, if you're a freaking newbie and get hit a whole bunch, you get the health option, right? No, you just die a whole bunch. I still die a whole bunch. Maybe I should go back to just getting more damage. I don't know. Movement speed. I mean, movement speed was nice. Maybe that's why. Maybe, I mean, it's not like I'm slow, but like maybe because I feel slow. Maybe it could be faster. Maybe I feel nicer, so like I can like move around more. I don't know. Transmuting the Kenai. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's better to stack, you know? Hail Leeching, Black Lightning, Load. Normies, explode! I don't know. Kenai is like, it does critical hit chance, but I mean, depending on how critical hits work in this game, like it might not be worth it if the critical hit chance starts off very low anyway. You gotta stack a lot of it in order for it to be effective, right? Yeah. Anything over here? Boom, 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 boom. Sure, I'll take that. Again, I do wonder. The game page didn't like mention that this is Nier Automata inspired or even Nier inspired, but there is some Nier vibes. Even just the enemy shooting like red projectiles, that's like a common thing, isn't it, in Nier? Or was it just in the original Nier that did that? I can't remember. I don't know. Okay. You know, I'm treating the weapon like, yeah, 1-2, you know, 1-2, 1-2. Can't spam it too much because it does use mana, but generally, if I'm gonna swing a sword, I might as well also hit the other button. Because that's what you're supposed to do, actually. Lanius. Sure, I'll get that one. Get that one. Alright. More damage. I'm just gonna take more damage. Because I feel like getting more health is just not helpful. If I spam health, I'm just end up dying anyway because enemies are too strong. I have to kill them fast and then move on fast. That's how that works. Oh, I didn't pay attention. Damn it. I was looking somewhere else. Sure. Oh, not enough Shadow Essence. I need more Shadow Essence. I need more power. Now. I need more power. To defeat my foes, I need to destroy them. Absorb their essence. Become stronger than ever. The power to change destiny. 5% chance, 50% chance. I mean, I'll take the 50% chance. Okay, how much do I need now? I need more than 4. Very small stage. Where's the rest of the stage? You know, the right is just the boss. Boss. Little gear. Damn it. Oh, come on. I'm just locked in. I don't know. I want to, like, I have a good chance now. I don't want to ruin it. But I was talking about something about gacha games or something. I don't know. Like, the reason why I'm not playing Women with Musume is like, yeah, I've already played gacha games. Like, the one thing, I mean, the number one thing is definitely time. Like, I don't have time. The thing of the gacha games is that they are meant to be spent like playing every day, kind of thing. You know, you get bonuses every day, yada yada yada. You know, you recharge every day. There's like a stamina system usually in gacha games, which is funny because it's kind of like a good thing, you know, because I don't know. It depends on the game, I guess, but it's kind of a good thing that has a stamina system in gacha games. Basically, it prevents you from just playing the game forever, you know? I guess, well, I mean, you can play the game, you can play the visual novel sections, I guess, but anyway, it's supposed to prevent you from, like, just getting addicted, actually, you know? It's the whole point is that you're supposed to play every day and not just spend, like, 24 hours and just get burnt out, you know? That's the whole point. Oh, I think I don't have enough. I don't have enough. More healing. I mean, should I make the enemies harder anyway so I can get more shadow essence? I'm not getting enough shadow essence. Or should I fight the boss now? You know, I don't know. I want more stuff though. You would think it'd be better. Okay, well, hold on. Let me just... Whoop. Okay. I like to heal. Or I shouldn't heal. You know, do I have a healing passive actually? I don't know. I don't see it if I do. Okay, can I afford this now? I cannot. I have to wait. I gotta wait till enemies are... Oh my god! There's so many enemies there! Okay. Well, it's something. Alright. Let's give me that. How do enemies respawn, by the way? Do they just somehow get stuck in one place? How's that work? They just spawn in one room if I don't touch it for a long time? It's kind of weird. How that works. Okay, let's grab this. Win art. Sure. Alright. We're almost there with full health, I say, as I jinx myself and get hit by a projectile. I don't want to even bother. Alright. I guess that's it. Oh. Oh, please, please, no. No, please. No. Ah, of course. Ah, God. I wish I had a roll button. I'm so scared of fighting these projectile guys because they just shoot. They're like, boop. It's like, what? No time to react, you know? Again, I kind of wish they kind of glow. You know, like in, I don't know, Mega Man. Do enemies in Mega Man glow? I don't know if they do, but they boo 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 pew, boo 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 pew, you know, like that. Not necessarily the sound effect though, because there's so many enemies. They all do it. It's gonna be annoying. But anyway, all right. Well, I have less than ideal health. I had max health. Now I don't. I guess it's time to fight the enemy. Or the boss. Do they like level up? No, they do. They level up in the middle of the boss fight. Heck. Oh my! Come on! What? You didn't do that move before. Why are you doing it now? It's crazy. Okay. Okay. I'm scared. Oh, really? I hate that. What do you mean you just use 0.2 seconds just dash straight at me? Alright, let's do it again. Let's do it again one more time. This is the run. Totally. Anyway, what else can I talk about? I was talking about Umumusme. Is there anything that I'll talk about Umumusme? I don't know. It's kind of cool. Like, I mean, I like some of the lore from the game, though. I'm never gonna play it, but like, I watch some streamers play it, and I'm like, you know, I like the horse lore. I like some of the girls are based on real horses, and you know, stuff like that. And the glue factory jokes. It's kind of dark, but like, it's kind of funny because it contrasts with the cutesy anime girl vibe, because in the in-universe, the Uma Musume whatever is like definitely very much like slice of life, you know. It's not meant to be taken seriously at all. Has no dark themes. It's kind of like the opposite of what I'm interested in nowadays. But like, it's funny that people make like, again, dark jokes about it. I don't know, I find it funny. Oh, it's overkill. Hit them once. No, I can't. I do have to hit them twice. Never mind. Oh, no, I don't. They explode sometimes. I guess it's the exploding thing. Sometimes I do need to hit them twice, sometimes I don't. Alright. Give me that. I don't know how helpful that is. You know, in the boss fight, when they get that flower debuff, it kind of explodes when they're moving. So like, did they get hit by that or not? I'm not sure. I was never sure. Yeah, also, was there like a health bar when I fought that boss? I don't remember looking for it, so I don't think there was one. Is it just based on vibes? You know, it's just based on vibes when you're gonna win. I mean, I guess that's not uncommon. Very old school though to have no health bar for like a boss. In most video games, there's some kind of like health bar. Usually. You know, I don't like how enemies kind of spawn in, like just pop in like that. Like, it hasn't really been a problem, but I do wonder, like, what if, like, I'm walking inside a room and they just spawn in, like, literally right in front of me? That would feel a little bit unfair, you know? There should be some kind of animation. They should be like, shoo, 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 you know, like, just to show that they're spawning in. Something like that. It'd be nice. Some warning, you know? That's what I want in general. I want... Again, Dark Souls, but like, you know, I want everything to be telegraphed. I want warning. I want to be shown. Okay, I'm gonna damage. Should I just go through full damage? Because I get hit once. I get hit once by the boss. I lose all my health anyway. I don't know. But then again, I don't want to be one shot, you know? I don't know. I have no shadow essence. Where are all the enemies? Of course. See there? It's like that's my issue. I jump in and it was like, wait a minute, what? Well, then I can't do anything about it. Maybe remember to dash, but yeah, I don't know. I wish there was at least a double jump or anything. Something. Oh my god. Well, that's just skill issue, I guess. I don't know. Every hit is like, it sucks. It's really bad. Grab that, I guess. Back it up. Seems like that's the meta. Which feels like more like... I was gonna say Vampire Survivor, maybe not. Like, you know... One of the other games. One of the other games where you like to combine stuff, like Super Auto Pets. I don't know what genre that is, I forget. Auto Fighting or something? Never really got into that. But I've seen like gameplay of it, and it's kind of like that's kind of like the meta. It's kind of like it's more so about stacking the same thing over and over again. That's more powerful than it is to have a variety of effects, as it turns out. I don't know. That's how it feels like anyway. What's this one again? Fire Spirit. Okay, I want that one. Where is more enemies? Where are all the enemies? When there's a ton of enemies, I'm like, what the heck? And then when there's no enemies, like, where are they? I need to kill them. Wind art. Attack speed. I don't know how useful attack speed is. Attack speed is just not useful, as it turns out. I don't know. I might even skip that. But why would it be useful? I only got 2 hits anyway at the end of the day. Because they get pushed back is the problem. If they get pushed back, I can't make use of attack speed. Unless it's a secondary stat somehow that attack speed increases. You know, damage or something? I don't know. Maybe I should get it. I'm gonna get it anyway. I don't know, I was thinking like, is there a way to hold the button down? Because I can only just tap as fast as my fingers can tap. Anyway, I'll get health, even though this just never helps me. I just want to beat this, at least this first level. That'd be nice. I don't know what to do there, you know? What was I supposed to do there? Like, you see there's enemies on the left and there's a projectile on the right. What am I supposed to do? I can't dash. If I dash, I'll just get hit anyway. It's the issue. Where is my freaking iframes? I want an iframe. And maybe there's an iframe. I mean, I already tested it. I don't want to test it again. But I already tested whether or not dashing has iframes. I don't think it does. Like, I tried to dash through the projectile and like, it didn't work. So. That's what I want. Because it seems like... I mean, obviously I'm criticizing the game now because I'm salty. I mean, in my opinion, is heavily biased. But, you know, so far, all the little things that we get, they're kind of cool, but they don't really affect gameplay that much, you know? It's just more damage, more mana. It really is just like tweaking values. Which I don't love, you know. Again, very Diablo, very Path of Exile. It's like 2% more damage, 5% you get a chance to burn, 20% that, or whatever, blah blah blah. And it's like, that's not interesting. What I want is double jump, you know, or like triple dash, you know, or like super dash, you know, where you get iframes, you know, that kind of thing that actually changes the gameplay entirely. Abilities that actually mean something rather than random passives that like give you slightly more damage, you get slightly more critical hit chance, you know, if you do this. And it's like, I don't know. That's the type of, that's the, how do you say, that's the part of RPGs which I don't really love. It's common though in all RPGs, but the idea of like, you know, you have this slightly better equipment, or examples like Borderlands. You know, it's not the only game, but like Borderlands, for example, is like you get this new gun. There's like 12 million gazillion different types of guns, and this gun is the same thing. It's the same model. It just does slightly 2% faster attack speed, you know, or like, you know, it has a 10% faster reload. And it's like, it means nothing, you know. I don't know. Like when it does matter is when it's like, I don't know, like 200% like attack speed. Okay, now it matters, but like it's when the numbers are really high. But then again, like why not just not have it based on numbers and rather just have it based on conditions, you know, if that makes sense. I'd rather every like, I guess, build or weapon just be like super unique innately rather than like have it be based on like you have to build all these numbers up, eventually it's good, you know. It's like, or something. I don't like that. I guess the idea is that it's incremental, but I still don't love it. Because I'd rather just change my playstyle completely, you know, based on the abilities I get. That's cool. I mean, it conjures up to mind like Metroidvanias, I guess, you know, where you get like a really cool weapon or like a cool ability, you know. You can turn into a morph ball now, you know, dun 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 dun, or what's the melody in Metroid, ba dun 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 dun, or something like that. Anyway, that's the cool part, right? When it's like completely different. You got a freaking ice beam cannon or something, you know. It's like that's what's like impactful to me anyway in a video game in general, rather than like, you know, you get an incremental increase to your damage. don't know. But, I mean, it's okay for this game, it's just... It's what I prefer, you know? That's my criticism, I guess. I wish the abilities that you get actually have more impact. Of course, the weapons you get in the very beginning, I guess the thing you choose in the very beginning, that does matter too, I guess, so that's the biggest thing, but otherwise... It doesn't feel like it matters that much. The things you get from these altars. Oh, maybe I should have got miscellaneous. And then I should have stacked it. Oh well. Anyway, oh. Okay, I think the boss is on the left, right? Is there more over here? Yeah. I'm just trying to live. Alright. Enough healing factor. It's okay. Want to get that. Not gonna matter once I fight the boss and she two-shots me, but... Transmute. Okay. Alright. None of it matters. I guess secondary, only because I'm more likely to hit with it. Alright. So what's the plan here? So I probably want to heal and then head to the boss, essentially. Even though it makes the boss harder when I use this healing station, but oh well. And it spawns in a lot of enemies, apparently. You know, in general, I think the game said like it just makes the game harder. I didn't realize it just spawns in more enemies, you know? That's the biggest thing that I didn't realize. It just says generally it's harder, and then you think that the enemies are harder, but no, it's actually, it just spawns way more shit. As it turns out. I don't know if it matters, but I'm gonna kill this thing before it follows me. Alright. Full health. I mean, decent-ish build. Let's see. I shouldn't waste time. I should just go. I really gotta memorize the patterns, though. I'm gonna die every single time if I don't. Okay. Look, what the heck is that? How do I react to that, huh? Oh my god. Seriously? Okay, I'm just dead. I can't react to that. The second time I got hit, I shouldn't have jumped. But I don't know. Still bullshit. I think I tried jumping the last time, then the last hit, but like my character didn't jump for some reason. I think because I tapped it, maybe that's why. I must have like tapped it like this instead, because I was trying to jump, but like I tapped it, I guess. Gotta hold it. But I don't want to hold it too much. There's actually a lot of variables in the jumping thing, because sometimes she does 3 waves. You gotta ooh, right? You can't go like ooh, you get hit. You can't go like this. You also die. Anyway, but yeah, I don't like that skill that she does. She just goes on top of you and slams the sword on. I was like, well, what am I try to get away by dashing, but then I get hit anyway. Like, come on, what am I supposed to do there? I'm not sure. Well, nothing to do but to try again. This is why I like Dark Souls. You know, I prefer Dark Souls when enemies are like, I'm going to hit you. I raise my sword up. I'm going to swing my sword down now. And then I press the dodge button. They're like, oh no! And then I kill them, you know? That's what I want. That's the gameplay that I want. I don't want this... I don't want things to be fast. I want things to be slow. So when you know, and somehow, you know, the thing is, even though Dark Souls is slow, somehow it's still hard because it feels fair, you know? It feels like you made a mistake, you pressed the wrong button, rather than you didn't react fast enough, usually. Of course, it changes in Elden Ring, but you know. Usually that's the case. You press the wrong button more so than you didn't react fast enough. That's what I liked about Dark Souls. And if it doesn't feel that way, well, then I turn into a little baby and then I just complain about it, I guess. Still playing this though, because I still want to beat the freaking, at least the boss. Is there a boss after that? I don't know. Grab that. Grab that. You know, it's funny, the game categorizes the primary, you know, primary versus secondary, but the primary didn't do as much damage. I mean, it makes sense because it doesn't use mana, but still. It feels weird when you say it's a primary. You know, I guess I think of like first-person shooter rules, you know? Like a primary is your rifle, and then your secondary is your like pistol, so the secondary should actually do less damage. I don't know. Actually, is there more to the bottom, actually? Oh, oop. Oh, come on. No, actually, I thought never mind. I thought there was more, but I guess there isn't. I just went down here for no reason. Oh well. Oop. Should I heal? I guess I will. I need the healing. Genji needs healing. Alright, I'm kind of like, I don't know, it's only been 3 hours, but I'm just kind of tired, only because, I mean, it's hot for one, it's summertime. But also, I'm frustrated with this game. So not much to say. Let's see. What can I talk about? I don't know. I can't remember what I was gonna say before. I was saying something about like something I didn't like or annoys me, but I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna remember. You know, I always like there's always things I forget to say, and then I remember it like 10 hours later. But then at that point, not relevant. Oop. Okay, well there's the exit on the right, but I want to obviously explore more. Get more upgrades. I don't know, I'm trying to think of something, like a topic of discussion randomly. Something to do with video games, maybe? Video games. How do I feel about video games? I don't know. I mean, well, something I want to mention, actually. I guess going back, not to be controversial again, but like going back to the Stop Killing Games initiative. I mean, it's something I don't know. I mean, I don't know, again, I don't know much about it. But, I mean, I agree with it in, like, what's the word? I agree with it in concept, I guess, or that's not the right word, but, you know, I'm not against it, I guess, you know? I mean, why would you? But anyway, but, like, oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, I agree with it on principle, rather, but, like, practically speaking, like, whether or not games should be available like long after they're being supported, it's kind of something I just kind of don't care about, I guess, that much. At least with modern games. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should care about it, but like just in general though, like I'm just thinking about the games that I play, and usually after I'm done with them, I kind of don't go back, you know? It's the idea, well yeah, I was gonna mention, right, it was the idea that that you don't own your games, right? People always say that, right? Remember, you don't own your games or whatever, right? I mean, it's kind of true. It's like it's all online, especially if you don't have like a physical version or whatever. Like, you don't really own your games, actually. You're just renting them, you fool. You know, people always say that. It's like, you gotcha. Haha, gotcha. Actually, I'm super smart. Did you know that you don't actually own your games? You actually just, you know, on Steam anyway. Like, not just on Steam, but like on other platforms, but you know. Like, you don't actually own your games. I'm so smart, you know? I don't know. That's how I feel like anyway when people say that. What do I have actually? Do I have Blades primary? Maybe I should stack it? Something else? Secondary, primary. Sure, let's do this one. I'm stacking it. More blades. Aha. Ooh. Hey. Yeah, people say you don't own your games and everything, which I feel like is a little bit... I don't know what the word is. Condescending? You know? It's like, of course I know that. You don't have to tell me. You didn't like, discover something... You didn't enlighten me, you know? Like, I already knew that. But you know, I mean, it is insidious that, you know, you don't own your games and all that. Like, a lot of things you don't really own anymore. Everything is a service, yada yada yada. Turns out it's more profitable to do that. At the same time, though, it's well, you know, in some ways it's more convenient, right? It's less of a barrier to entry because you know, certain things are more of a service. You know, more free-to-play games, basically, more accessible free-to-play games that less about like money you have to pay up front. Which again, like kind of like gadget games, you have to have self-control though, and not just I don't know, wail on everything forever. So, I don't know, depends. But I was gonna say though, I mean, I don't know, I'm very like net neutral about it, because for me, like treating games like a service is kind of like am I gonna be sad if like for one day Steam goes down? Like Steam just decides, you know, which is very unlikely, but Steam decides one day to be like, actually all your games are belong to us, you know, all your base are belong to us, or like actually because we own these games, we're deciding that you don't own these games anymore. I mean, I guess that can happen if you get like banned or something. I don't know, but never had that problem yet. Oh, I think I got banned from Gmod though, but I mean that's a whole other thing. Anyway, that's a whole nother story that I probably don't want to talk about. But anyway, I was gonna mention though, I'm just locking in. Oh my god, so guy. You know, you think they'd be like easy game, you know, just kind of run around, spam things, you know, that's what I thought I saw in the freaking trailer. It'd be like, you just run around, just press buttons, be like, yay, easy game. Nope. Not an easy game at all. It's a lie. This is a lie. I thought you were supposed to get like super powerful and just kill everything in 2 seconds and run around, you know? I mean, kind of like Vampire Slayer, as I mentioned before, you know? It's kind of like that kind of game. But nope. Nope. Nope, sorry. Anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say. Something about, yeah, games as a service and all that. You might lose all your games one day because you don't actually own them, yada yada yada. Assuming you can't pirate them, you know, but you know. Even though, like, kind of like games as a service is kind of like a response to pirating, really. To be like, well, if you're gonna pirate the game anyway, we might as well make it convenient for you to have it on this platform, so you don't feel like you need to pirate it unless you just don't have money. In which case, well, you know, it's not like it's a lost consumer anyway. I'm gonna afford it. That's how I feel like anyway. But for me, it's mostly not relevant. At least 95, I mean, I'm just making this number up, but like 95% of the time, it's just not really relevant for me. Because once I've done with a game, I kind of really don't go back. You know, I mean, Dark Souls is probably the example that is most relevant because it's a game that, you know, the franchise, even Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Sekiro, Elden Ring, you know, DLC even, like, it's games that I played so much, probably the games I spent the most time in, like hundreds of hours, like several thousand hours combined, really. But like, I don't really feel like going back, you know, because I've already played through the game like 10 million times actually with different characters and doing every little thing and getting most of the achievements. Really, I think I got most of the 100% achievements, which I don't usually do, by the way. But 100% achievements from most of the Souls games, except Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 is the only one I didn't do it in because it's way too tedious. You have to like upgrade your weapon like a million different ways. I think I played through the game like 10 times. It's annoying, so I didn't want to do that. But otherwise, in most other Dark Souls games, I actually got 100% achievement because I just like the game that much. I like the franchise that much, you know? I can overemphasize how much of a Souls like fan I am, you know? I'm obsessed, really. But even that, eventually I'm like, I'm good. I don't really need to go back, you know? I can replay the thing again, but it's gonna be the same content anyway, and I've already replayed the content like 10 times, and it's like, I'm kind of good, you know? And that's how I am with most things, you know? With things like I'm not obsessed with, it's like, I kind of play it once, and that's it, you know? It's like a single player game, even like a multiplayer game. I mean, obviously, Team Fortress 2, I think, is the last, like, really, like, multiplayer game that I spent a lot of time in when, you know, I had time, really. Had more free time, but, it's kind of like the last game I would probably ever get into where I would just play for a really, really long time. Because, I don't know, at some point you just kind of get bored and there's no more new content. What else, you know, I want to move on and do something else, right? I've already seen what's there to see, or already seen what's there to see, rather. So eventually, if a game like you can't play it anymore, it's like, I don't know. On one hand, I am like sometimes I am annoyed because, for example, I didn't like what they did with Dark Souls 2, where they released like basically like a remastered version of Dark Souls 2, like a year later after the original Dark Souls 2. Even though I bought all the DLC and everything, I have to like buy another version of the game. You know, they give you like a small discount, but you really have to pay almost full price again. Just so it's mostly the same game, except the enemy placements are slightly different, you know, and the graphics are slightly better. And then, but you have to if you want to play the online. That's annoying, you know. For me, that's annoying when the game dies like too soon. You know, there has to be some kind of minimum at least 20 years or something. I don't know, but if you're gonna like remake the game, just change everything, you know, it's like that's annoying. I don't like that, but that has to be available for at least a good amount of time. But other than that, I'm like, it kind of doesn't matter, I guess. I guess it depends on timing, but for me, it mostly doesn't matter if I don't get to play the game again after it's not supported, because I wasn't gonna play it anyway, right? I'm already done the game, or if it's a game that I wasn't gonna play anyway, right? I don't know. That's how I feel. That doesn't mean I don't disagree with you know, the Stop Killing Games initiative, whatever. Maybe I should read more into it, what it actually means, but for me anyway, personally as a consumer, like I kind of don't need to keep the game forever. That's not really a necessity for me, you know? It's like watching a movie, like a TV show. It really depends on the person. To be fair, definitely some people, they rewatch like a movie like every year of their entire life or something, you know, because they like this one particular movie or something. It's a tradition to keep watching it again. I don't get it, but like, because for me, once I've seen it once, I'm kind of good. Maybe twice if it's really good, you know. It's like you have to pay attention to a lot of details, but otherwise I'm good, you know. I don't need to watch it again. Oh, fucking taking damage. Oh my god. Is this the boss? It is the boss. Oh my god, this game's so hard. Is there like a button I'm missing? Where's the roll button? I'm actually like looking in the controls. Is there like a roll button? You know, no, it doesn't look like it. This is a dash button, but dashing doesn't help. No healing as well. I used the healing station, then I got hit again. I swear, the damage is... it's overtuned. You know, that's all I'm saying. Enemy damage is overtuned. Well, now I just have to not get hit. Oh, I'm dead. See? What else? I can't react to that. Like, whoop! Like she's freaking no clipping right to my position. I don't know. Okay, well here's the plan. Let's try. You know, what if I just go as fast as I can? What if I just go as fast as I can? Because maybe that's what I'm missing. That's the key ingredient I'm missing. Maybe I should just be faster and speedrun the game, which I don't like doing. I don't like speedrunning, but I like to take my time actually and, you know, explore every crook and nook and cranny, but maybe that's to my detriment, right? Maybe I shouldn't do that. I should just grab whatever I can and then just go. If I can't grab anything, I just go. It doesn't matter. Don't grind, I just go. Because if I go fast enough, maybe the boss won't do as much damage. You know, enemies won't do as much damage, and they just won't kill me as fast. Essentially, is what I'm trying to get at. So I should just go. Doesn't matter, just go. You know, who cares? Just go. Go. Give me health. Go. Just go. Doesn't matter if I skip everything. Maybe that's what I should be doing. I mean, I don't know, man. The game does mention that. It doesn't emphasize it enough. I feel like, well, if it is like a thing I should be doing, you can't afford anything anyway. Oop. Let's just go. Who cares? I skip it. You know, in which case, you know, again, if the game encourages you to do that, they should do like a thing where like the door closes behind you or something, you know? That would make sense. And no spawning enemies. I hate the spawning enemies. They just spawn in back. It's like, come on. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, but that's the plan. I'm gonna speedrun, even though I hate speedrunning. That's the antithesis. I keep using that word, but you know, the antithesis of what I enjoy of like a video game as well. Like if I need to like speedrun things, I don't know. That makes me feel like I'm skipping content. Because I'm the opposite. You know, a lot of I'll grab that. Okay. I feel like a lot of content creators, at least the ones I watch, they are prone to not do as much content as they want, right? Because they don't want to spend too long on a certain game. Actually, if a game is too long, they're actually less likely to play it. And maybe it's because I watch older streamers. I don't know. They have like they're like adults, so they have other responsibilities. I mean, I'm an adult, but you know, grab that and just go. I even grab more health because I want to survive as fast as I can, or as long as I can. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, just go as fast as I can. And again, I feel like a lot of content creators that I watch, they do have that mentality where like, oh, there's like a cool side quest, or there's like a cool extra boss, or like an extra ending, a secret ending I can get. They're like, nah, that's okay. I'll just watch it on YouTube. You know, basically, that's usually what happens to a lot of content creators or streamers that I watch. They're like, they don't want to do all the optional content, you know, even if it's good, because they're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend more time with the game. I want to be done with the game already, you know? Which, to be fair, sometimes I do that too with certain games, because it's like very long or something, or it's something I'm not interested in, you know, spending too much time in. But I don't know. I'm usually someone who, again, explores as much of the game as I can. I'm not someone who skips content, because it feels like I'm skipping content. Like, you know, for example, not to call out any names, I guess. I don't know if it matters. Who cares about my opinion? I mean, it is a streamer I respect and everything, but definitely there's one streamer that, you know, there's playing like a kind of like a. I don't want to be too specific. I don't know, in case I get canceled somehow. I'm not gonna get canceled for this, but like I just don't want to be mean. But like, there's a streamer that I watch. They play like let's say a Souls type game. And they beat the game, you know, as fast as they can. You know, they just kind of like straight up just go to the main parts. They don't bother with any of the side stuff. They don't bother with getting new weapons or checking out new areas or optional areas. They just go and they beat the game. There's like more stuff to do, like, you know, like an optional boss, like a Millennia type kind of boss, like cool, like a lot of extra cool things you can do. But they don't do it because they're like, nah, I'm good. You know, and it's like, I don't know. That's like ordering like a pizza, a whole pizza, and not eating the whole thing. You know, I mean, I guess you don't have to eat the whole thing, but you know, at least saving it to eat for later. You know, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking that is a missed opportunity, right? It's like you bought this whole thing, you're not gonna like finish it. That's how I feel anyway. Ooh, okay. Oop. Gosh. Oh, seriously? At least she doesn't hit us hard, actually. Oh man, I wish I could dash up. You know? Yeah, there's no dash up, no double jump. Oh really? I don't know where to go from there. Okay, at least I'm surviving a lot more because yeah, that's the strategy, you know, to like, I don't know. I live longer, but at the same time, I don't know if I'm doing enough damage. I don't know where our health bar. Where's our health bar? I don't see our health bar. Whatever. I feel like that's the strategy. Just go as fast as you can. Also, because I'm nearing the end of my stream, I might as well go fast. But I feel like that's the strat, right? You should just go fast so that she'll do less damage at the end of the day. So you don't have to worry about it as much. You should go faster. Like what I'm afraid of is I don't get enough points though. Not enough upgrades to make it to the end. That's my issue. That's my concern. I can't get that one. Especially because of placement, you know, like if it's not placed in the right spot. That's more damage. I guess the secondary. Okay. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Again, I'm skipping. I'm not grinding. I'm just going. I feel like actually it is important to like go as fast as you can. Because if you don't, the enemies get way harder and the boss also one-shots you. Potentially. So it's better to just go as fast as you can. It was not a good way to go. You can go... You know, transmuting, I've noticed, it costs a percentage, so if you don't have a lot of Shadow Essences, it's not that bad of a, you know, option, but I don't know. Unless you have a very specific, you know, upgrade that matches the transmutation, it doesn't seem worth it, actually. Yeah, keep going. Doesn't matter, I skipped the upgrade. Okay. Sure. Grab that. Keep going. Let's go. More health. Survivability is very important to me. Alright. I gotta skip that upgrade too because I don't have enough. Let's just go. Again, like if I go fast though, then it really just depended on like whether or not the altars are in like good places, right after like a bunch of enemies. If not, then I don't get like a good upgrade. Here's the boss. You know what? I'll fight her. I'll fight her right now. I don't care. I don't care. I'll fight you right here, right now. Like I give a shit. I don't care. I have no upgrades. What are you gonna do, huh? Ah, of course. What am I? I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Oh, seriously? Got a double jump. I don't know. Ah, oh, damn it. I dashed, but it doesn't allow me to jump after dashing. Or not right after, but like, you know, it doesn't allow me to dash in the middle. Or, you know, jump in the middle of dashing is what I'm trying to say. Oh, really? I'm trying to like jump high so I can like jump up the third one. Or not the first one, rather. Really? Oh, come on. I was trying to get out of the corner. Where's the health bar? How close am I to beating her? Because I don't think I am ever gonna get close. Anyway, streamers. Streamers. Look at these altars. I can't afford anything. Like, are you kidding me? The space, you know, the positioning of the altars suck. I can't afford anything. I just move on, I guess. I need more damage though now because I got no upgrades. What am I supposed to do, developer? I get no upgrades, I guess, because I have to keep moving. If I don't move, the boss is gonna get too tough for me to handle. But I have no upgrades. What is this? What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Anyway, not that I'm complaining. I'm salty. I'm overheated because of the summertime. I don't want to turn on my AC in the middle of recording because I don't want it to be in the background. That's why, you know? It's not based on any kind of rational logic, it's just I'm salty. That's all. I was gonna say though, it might be better. I don't know. What's this one? I don't know which was better. Whatever, I'll just get that. I was gonna say, it would be nice though, because again, reminiscent of like Vampire Survivor, it would be nice if instead of finding these altars, you would just automatically just get it. You know, every time you get enough shadow essences, you just automatically upgrade, right? Instead of having to find these altars. Because what you know, what these altars kind of incentivize the player. Just like me, as a first-time player, I incentivize trying to get enough shadow essences. But if the game doesn't, you know, obviously the game gets harder if you do that. That's supposed to de-incentivize you, but it doesn't really come into effect until way later. You don't feel it until you get to the boss, I feel like, right? Or when there's like a bunch of enemies. So it's a delayed effect. I kind of wish, you know, I'll do damage, whatever. I kind of wish, actually, that, again, instead of having these altars just be at fixed positions, it would just be like, I mean, for one, it would be like rooms. You know, you go through a room and then you pass through and you're done, right? You can't go back. That would be nice, so that, you know, you tell the player you don't go back. You're wasting time. Another thing would be, or maybe that, or well, I was gonna say, like, either like a door that closes, or maybe like a monster that chases you. That'd be kind of cool. You know, freaking Mr. X from Resident Evil or whatever. Or the Reaper from Persona 3, I was gonna say. That would make it cool, you know? It's the same thing, except it's just cooler. You know, like what was it, the ghost from Spelunky as well? That's like a thing. Anyway. I was gonna say though, instead of these altars, it would be like at not fixed position, but like in certain, when you have enough shadow essences, or like certain checkpoints, then you're just able to just get the upgrades, you know? Instead of like having to pass up on them, because otherwise the thing would be too, you know, it would be too difficult. The exaltation meter or whatever would be too high. I feel like it would feel better, you know? Again, incentivize the player to do the right thing, is to move on, but also you still get those upgrades. You don't feel like you're missing out, you know, because that's the thing. The FOMO, you know, the fear of missing out. Sure. That's the... At least, I don't know, it's not necessarily better, but it would be, to me, it would be better feeling if I could just do that. I have to go. Hurry up. Oh, it's already the boss? Oh, fine. I didn't think it went to level 3 already. I was hoping for one more, like, small upgrade. Oh well. Here we go again. Okay, well. Ah, damn it. I was already in air, so I was trying to like stay in the air, so it doesn't. Ah, what the heck? Oh my god. Oh, what? Oh my god. I thought I was safe. I really hate the one where she dashes in the air. Because if you're also in the air, you're pretty much guaranteed to get hit. Like, you don't want to just jump willy-nilly, but at the same time, I have to jump, so I have to like make sure I don't know. Like, I'm not sure in the corner, basically. Not like accidentally in the corner. And she does like a different move that like hits me. I don't like attack speed. Attack speed sucks. I don't like wind art. Wind art is useless. At least for what I have. I get that, I guess. And what I have? Only 6. Okay. Well, to move on. Move on. Hope. I must use the power of hope. Not afford anything. Go this way. Not enough. Do I have enough now? I do. Secondary. Oh, did I get hit? Oh, I didn't even notice. I was looking somewhere else. I was looking at the map, actually. I didn't know the enemies just spawned right in front of you. Like, right on top of you. How's that any fair? That's not, I don't like that. Anyway, let's get more damage, whatever. I'm going pure damage and just hoping that I don't need the health if I just go as fast as I can. If I go as fast as I can, the boss won't be too damaging, at least, if I don't take too long. Oh. Come on, come on. Go fast. That's health. I don't need it right now. There's an altar. What do you call it, by the way? It's a, well, Tenebris's offer, I guess. Sure, I'll grab that. Cannot afford that. Still cannot afford anything. Level 2 already. Come on. Come on. It's a long level. I don't know, it feels like a long level. Okay, let's just go. The first guardian. Oh yeah, well screw you. Oh, come on. I tried to stay on the... That attack does so much damage. Okay, well, stop. You know, can you just stand still and just die? I also don't want to attack right after she does the dash, because she might sometimes do the, she sometimes does, like, the slam attack. The wave slam attack. Oh, what? Oh my god. I was hoping she would dash and not turn around. But she turned around just as I passed the threshold behind her. Also, is it a her? It looks like she has boobs, so I don't know. Again, I misgender everybody. This is a habit I do, okay? Oh my god. I'll just live with it, I guess. Or I can restart right away. You know, I'll restart. 1 damage? Nope, I restart. Doesn't count. Try again. I can't take that damage. Every damage counts. Every hit counts. This is a stressful game. This is why I don't like roguelikes. I don't, well, cause it simulates a speedrun. It's everything I don't like about video games. When you speedrun a game, it's like the one mistake, you're like, I have to restart, and it's like, I don't like that feeling. That feeling sucks, actually. That's why I don't speedrun games, actually. I never like to speedrun games. I mean, whatever, let's go. Because you make one mistake, and you're like, nope. You're forever doomed, actually. Forever, idiot. You do everything perfectly. That's the antithesis. I keep saying that word. Antithesis of anime. You know, in anime stories, the protagonist is supposed to fail. They're supposed to fail and get back up. You know, the power of friendship. Not supposed to do everything perfectly. Where's the fun in that? Imagine if Goku did everything perfectly all the time. Not boring. I don't know. Oh my god. 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 First blow. Not useful against the boss though, so I don't like using it. I don't want that. I want to save it for something else. Well, clearly, like, getting damage is not enough. I maybe should get health and... I go back to getting health and damage. I need the heal, though. You know, it increases the exaltation level, which sucks. Get health. I'm just gonna go. You know, some levels are just really short. So silly. But I need to go, otherwise, you know, I could get all the upgrades, but it just doesn't help me if I can't get to the boss fast enough. Which is very, I don't know, I'm gonna say not unintuitive, but definitely not balanced from my type of playstyle, you know? Like, I don't like the spirit. This is, again, the antithesis of everything I don't like about video games. If I feel pressured, you know, if I need to go, like, fast, it's like, I don't like that. I don't like speedrunning, I don't like having to restart everything because I did, like, one small mistake. I don't know. Because unlike in, well, the thing is, in Dark Souls, every mistake does count, but you restart the checkpoint, you know, so it's a different type of game. Like, really easily, you just restart the checkpoint and do the fight again. You have to go do like a whole thing. Well, it depends though. And obviously the older Dark Souls games, sometimes it is a bit of a run back to the boss, but anyway. Do that. Really? Alrighty. I'm really locked in. Like I really wanna beat the boss like one time. It's not even like the only boss. I imagine it's only one of the bosses. All right, here we go again.
Cornelian, the first guardian.
Wow, see, I hate it. Sometimes she does that. I don't like her just running at me. You know, she's just running at me. She can't do that. Stop running at me. Ooh, see, oh, see, I hate that. Sometimes she does that. Where she does the dash and then into the slam. Stop it. Stop running at me. Stop it. Stop running at me. It's scary. Oh, really? This is why I prefer jumping, because the dash comes out really quickly. Bad idea. I don't want to be stuck in the air when she does certain moves. Okay. Now she's stuck. Hello? Okay. Weird glitch. Oh. I don't have time for this. Do I get your sword? No, okay, I kind of get your sword. So, secondary. Okay, blah 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 blah. I have to keep going though. I don't have time for this. Can I get help for what? The first time I actually beating this freaking boss. I need healing is what I need. Fine, I'll just get this. Oh, that's it? Okay. So it really was that. Alright. I mean, that's fine. It's like, whatever. I can loop again if I want to. Do I have to fight the boss again? I kind of don't want to fight the boss again, is the thing. I mean, let's see what happens if I loop. Okay, so it just keeps going. I'm assuming, like, infinitely. Okay, so it feels like, yeah, more like a demo than it is like a full game. I imagine if this is like a full game, there would be more enemies, you know, like a different area. Yeah. I mean, it's fine for like a free game, obviously, but like if this was like a paid game, I would expect more, right? It would be like different enemies, different bosses, like at least 4, 5 more stages, and then a super secret ultimate boss. And then you kill the ultimate super boss, and then you unlock a secret boss that's like even harder, and then you do like another route with a whole different area, you know, and then there's DLC, and then, you know, the usual. Whatever that would look like, I guess. I mean, technically, I've already beaten the game. I mean, obviously, the rest of this is like if you really love this game, and then you want to keep going and just go through the same thing again. I mean, the whole idea is to keep building up your build so that you become even stronger and super broken. Which is funny. I feel like that was the whole game. It was what I advertised, but like just beating the first area, which is really the whole game. But like being the first part is like the hardest part. You know, I don't know. I can get to the point where you can like a really broken build, and in fact, you know, in most roguelikes, like similar to this, that's kind of the point, to make like a really broken build in the middle of the run. But again, to be fair, this is not like a paid game, you know, it's not paid like full game. Feels more like a prototype, you know, which is fine. Kind of like a proof of concept. Again. There's definitely some things I would personally tweak, but you know, that's just me, I guess. I want iframes, you know, I want better movement, and I want more like abilities that actually impact the playstyle. Personally, that's what I would want. And a little bit more telegraph, you know, a little more telegraph in the telegraphed movement. So when an enemy is gonna shoot like a projectile, it should be obvious that they're gonna shoot a projectile. It doesn't just appear like frame 1, 0 frames, boop, like that. See, it's like shoop. I mean, you can predict it sort of, but it's kind of hard to do when there's like 10 of them in a room. Kind of hard to keep track of everybody, in my opinion. I don't like any of that actually. I want more things that stack with my abilities. I'll get that one. More damage. I get none of the mana. Who cares about mana? I want to do more damage. Health and damage, that's all you need. Simply invest in more HP and more damage attack stat. And that's it, that's all you need. It's gaming time. Anyway, after this, eventually I'm gonna die. I want to check out the other, like, weapon that you get. Let's see what that's about. Again, I imagine, like, if you really are a fan of, like, roguelikes, you would just keep playing. Keep going, and, whatever it is. I'm not really a fan of that, actually, to me. That's why I don't like roguelikes that much. Like, to me, once I've seen all the content, like, I'm good. I don't know. That's why I prefer, like, a more traditional game. Or, like, there's a beginning and end. And you don't just play, like, forever. Not the point for me, anyway. I mean, if there is, the thing is, like, roguelikes that are more likely to get me is if there is... when you keep coming back, there's actually more content, I guess. I like the ones with multiple routes, though. I like that. But then it feels like a full playthrough, I guess. So there's like multiple endings and all that. That's kind of cool. Like narratively speaking, I guess. Even when there isn't a narrative, really, it's just like in general, it just feels like there is, I guess. If you can make a decision that impacts like which places you go to, and it's like, oh no, you gotta kill this demon instead. You fight the super demon instead of this other demon, and that affects the timeline or something. I don't know. It feels like deep lore, even though it isn't. Also, I'm dying. Help. I can't get past these enemies. Go away. Anytime you do it, have 5% chance to leech. Each attack can heal by maximum 2%. Let's get this one. Ow. Oh, seriously? Okay. Well, I'm just dying because there's too many enemies now. Like, it seems like you can do air combos, by the way. Somehow.
Heal up.
Even though it, like, makes everything harder again. Ah. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to get past here and then they just shoot me right in the freaking thing. Well, whatever. I'm gonna die soon. But, I wanted to at least get close to the boss at least one more time, but oh well. I'm scared. See? That's what I don't like. Like you just walk in front of an enemy and they just spawn in projectiles like boop! 0 frames. How am I supposed to predict that? I don't know, anyway. Well, let's return to menu. Let's just want to see the other weapon. I haven't unlocked any of these weapons. You gotta reach the 12th level? That's insane. Dashes and slashes inflict 300% white, turning the enemy in the way. And you're fine. Well, finally, I want. Where you should have given me these iframes from the very beginning. You finally get iframes of this weapon. You should have given me this in the beginning. When slashing into the ground, creates a shockwave that hurts enemies for 200% damage. Okay. How does this work? Can I? Interesting. I guess it's like based on the. Oh, interesting. Huh. Well, do you? You can do that. Oh, and you can do that, right? Okay. So it's like an extra dash, really. Interesting. Okay, so you can't dash whenever you want. I think it seems like it gives you iframes, but only when... Oh, I want to pause, but I can't. Oh well. I want to see the description again, but I'm assuming you get like iframes, but only when you're using the actual weapon. See, if I dash, yeah, if I use a normal dash, that doesn't work. You have to use like the secondary dash. You have to use the dash that uses mana. Well, that means can I? Okay, there you go. I can dash up now. You know, that's useful. The only issue is that I don't have the mana sometimes. So I can't always use it whenever I want. There you go. I mean, I like this weapon because it's exactly what I'm looking for. Of course, again, the only downside is that I can't use it whenever I want. I have to save the mana. But if I have good mana regeneration, then I can use it whenever I want then. You know? Anyway, I still think like normal dashing should still have iframes. You know, it shouldn't be like based on the weapon. That's my opinion anyway. Let's do, yeah, like that. That works. Oh, whatever. I'll just go. Okay. Damage. Well, I'll do this one more time. No guarantees that I'll survive this run. I just want to, you know, play with the new weapon for a little bit, at least. Give it a shot. But yeah. Again, the whole like dashing like any direction. I mean, that's basically what I want as like normal. You know, I just want the character to do that normally, or even just like as an upgrade somehow. It'd be nice. You know what? I'll just do this. Probably a bad idea. Like focus entirely on damage. But whatever. Skipping all the upgrades too. Oh, can't afford anything. Still can't afford anything? I'll just... Probably a bad idea. I just want to grab this. Okay. Ooh, ooh. Okay, he's dead. Again, nothing to talk about anymore, really. I've kind of ranted all I really want to rant about. I don't know. Again, like I mean, is there anything else other than? I mean, the only I don't know. I don't live a very interesting life, but again, the one thing I mentioned before already was the whole like translation for the siblings game. You know, I feel like that's something that I worked on, you know, for a little bit. And I think it's worth something, you know, the fruits of my labor. I don't know if anyone cares. It's like, especially like, I don't know, would anyone be interested if I announced it on this channel? I mean, I kind of already did, but you know, I don't know if anyone would be interested, but I like it though. I like the game, so that's why I want to make an English patch. It's a normal thing to do, right? As far as, yeah, that's also what I was wondering as well. Is it a normal thing to do to make an English patch of a game and kind of release it on itch.io? I mean, I played a few games like that. A few developers actually do that. I mean, the first thing I think of is like Kinoko Nun, you know? It's the mushroom game, I remember. That, like, someone just kind of like translated. They made a fan patch and they just released it on itch.io, you know? And also like, what was it? The Shutdown, you know? I like the Shutdown fan translation. Ironically, I don't really like any of the official translations made by I forget the developer's name, but the guy that made Zeno that somehow got a little bit popular. The video series got a little bit popular on my channel for some reason. But I don't know. I don't like any of the official translations. I feel like some of their other games got translated as well, and people were asking me to play it, but like I don't like the translations. I tried them out off screen, and it's like the translations are actually kind of bad. I don't know. People may have like low standards. I'm not sure, but I swear, as a native English speaker, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound like good. It's not as good as it could be. Anyway. Oh my god, got stuck. You know what? Goodbye. Wanting me to fall down here? Alright. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I like the fan translation made by the person who made the Shutdown, which is the same developer as the one that made Zeno, but has a way better like translation. I feel like, in my opinion, anyway. How am I gonna do this? I could do the same thing as you do. I could do that too. I have the same sword. Okay. Haha, I can do that too. Hee hee. Haha. You're not so. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say you're not so scary because I can do the same thing, except turns out I'm gonna die anyway. Ah, I got stuck in the corner. I should have pressed the button, but I panicked, so I died. Whatever. That's fine. I mean, I don't have to fight her. I already beat her once. That's all that matters. Like in Dark Souls, you beat the boss once, that's all you need. You die like a million times, it doesn't matter. As long as you win once, you've already won. You won the whole thing. Anyway, there you go. But I guess that's the game. So, final thoughts? I mean, I enjoy some of the mechanics. I'm not like a roguelike fan. It's a genre. I mean, there's multiple things going on here, which I'm just don't love. But it's only because I don't personally like the genre that much. I don't hate it, but it's like, again, like 2D platforming, it just feels... It's not bad, it's just I'm bad, It's like, it doesn't feel as user-friendly as a lot of modern platformers anyway. You get double jump, you get like iframes, yada yada yada. This one definitely feels a little bit more like, it requires more like of someone who's actually used to playing platformers since they were like 10 years old or something, I don't know, but like I'm not that person really. I barely played Super Mario Brothers. I could barely get past the second, third level. I don't know. I always take a little shortcut, after in the sewer level. Anyway, so I'm just not great at platformers really, and so I think that's part of the issue. And also roguelikes, right? Roguelikes is not really my thing that much, but I mean, I like the overall idea. I guess what I would add, and again, this is very subjective and may or may not need it, but in terms of like just balance, I wish that it was more clear whether or not you want the player to speed pass everything or take their time, because it seems like for most of my runs when I took my time, it actually got way too hard because the enemies were just one-shotting me, the boss was one-shotting me, or the enemies like spawned in like way too much, and I think that is an indication that you shouldn't be taking too much time. If that's the case, assuming that's the case, then I think it would be better if you make it more clear that the player should hurry up, not just a little like meter at the bottom, because that feels a little bit too delayed. Like you don't really see the effects that well until a lot later, and you're like, wait a minute, it's level 7? I didn't notice that. The player doesn't look at the meter while they're going through the game, I feel like, unless you're like a speedrunner, I guess. Like you're naturally like a speedrunner. For most players, I feel like most players, they're not most, but like a good chunk of players would do what I did and just take their time, but they get frustrated because it gets too hard. They don't exactly know why, right? So I think it's better to kind of incentivize the player to go fast by, again, maybe having something to push them along, either by like, you know, every room they go to, it locks, you know, after you finish, or maybe like a little like, you know, enemy that chases you around, maybe if you take too long, that kind of thing. Then push them towards making progress and not stand still for too long. I think that's a good idea, because I feel like when I rushed everything and I skipped stuff, it actually like made the fight easier because the boss did less damage. So I think that's a thing that maybe should be emphasized more, you know? And not only that, but also because you're kind of skipping everything, it kind of leaves me feeling like, well, should I be skipping this? Like, especially some of the positioning. Sometimes you get like altars like in the very beginning, literally the first room, but you literally don't have enough points to really spend it. So you have to go to another room, go like 5 rooms later. Oh, there's some enemies, but then you run all the way back, and it's like that also wastes time. So what are you trying to tell the player here? I feel like if you're gonna add those altars again, if you want the player to rush, but also you don't want to make them feel like they have to go back, I think the altars should just be like mandatory, right? You shouldn't need to spend points. It should just be like you just use them, you know. You like maybe like at like a certain checkpoints, you know, like certain transitions through rooms, like you should just get them, you know. Maybe, I don't know. And then again, there's like a whole reroll option. I never use the reroll though, because I never want to spend too much of my points, right? Because if I spend too much of points, I have to grind for more points, or more like what do you call it, like shadow essences, and then you get some more time, and again that increases the difficulty like exponentially, right? So I don't know, it's a weird balance where like you don't want the player to spend too long, but then at the same time it seems like to get all the power-ups you have to like stay in, you know, in the level for long. So, you know, it's this weird like pushing, and it's like it makes me anyway confused, like what am I supposed to do here? And again, I feel like the better strategy is to rush for everything, but it's not that clear, right, that you should do that, you know. The game tells you, to be fair, but like I don't know, it's like the game doesn't feel like it's designed that way, if that makes sense. Anyway, but I was gonna say like if you want players to, I mean, just like deck builders, I mean, it's funny because I played a deck builder yesterday, maybe that influences me, but like the little like, you know, power-ups like 5%, you know, whatever, like more damage or better attack speed or critical hit chance or whatever, I mean, those should just be like how do you say that? Those should be mandatory, I guess, right? You should pick one of them and then you go. You don't have to spend points. It's all about like just going to the next room. If you survive the room, then that's your reward, you know? Not so much actually defeating enemies. Because again, if you have some kind of thing where like it encourages you to kill all the enemies, it goes against what the game is supposed to be designed for, I feel like, anyway. So yeah. It should just be a given that you get something after you pass through a number of rooms. That could be random too, but it shouldn't be based on like how many points you get from killing the enemies. It should just be, you should just get it, you know? Because that in itself is already like a decision that you're making. There's always downsides and stuff like that. Though I would like to see though the little bonuses that you get from the, you know, the little like freaking credits, by the way. It's made by Seven Moon. You know, the little bonuses that you get from the actually, let me show it. Look capture. You know, the little bonuses, let me just show real quick. So these little bonuses, I don't love, because they're like very small incremental increases. Yeah, maybe some people are like into that, but like I don't love it, because I feel like if you're gonna make a decision like this, it needs to feel impactful. It should feel like we should get this one or that one or this one. They're all equally have upsides and downsides, or even just an upside, but then if you get this one, it's not as good as this one that has a bigger upside and it has a bigger downside, yada yada yada, right? It should have more of an impact, I feel like, instead of these like small percentages that give you like a slightly good thing, but like it's very small, so you get like multiples of it, you know, in order to really even affect anything. I don't know. Again, like maybe like I don't know what it would be, but maybe like an ability, right? As I mentioned before, like a double jump, or like a dash that gives you iframes, you know, just more things to do to actually affect your playstyle would be nice. Like, I don't know, like, you know, instead of like, oh, you get a little bit of attack speed if you get this thing, and then you have to get it like multiple times in this specific category, just give me like double attack speed right away. That should just be a thing. Just one ability, double attack speed. You're more impactful, right? More impactful abilities that you get, and you'll not always get, but like you know, you always get something, right, that that will impact your playstyle. That would be interesting. Then it feels more like a build, right? It feels like you're building towards something that actually affects gameplay. I don't know. That's in my opinion. Again, maybe even like if you like Diablo and Path of Exile, maybe you prefer this kind of style, but I guess that's subjective. Anyway, what else? Was I gonna mention? I don't know. I guess that's it. That's all I really wanted to say. I'm obviously in a full game, you know, there'd be more areas, you know, more content and all that. But as it is, it's actually pretty good. Like, like a demo. I would say like a demo, a prototype is how I would describe it. And it's pretty cool in itself. I like the animations, I like the general idea. When you run around, you hit stuff. Yeah. It's just like it's just kind of hard, you know. I kind of wish it was a little bit easier, at least a little bit easier to like at least dodge. I mean, yeah, like parrying, for example. I wish it was a parry or something more defensive options would be nice, you know, and not just like a shield necessarily, but something that it feels, again, what I prefer is a parry, you know, something that actually, like, if you use it, it actually makes you feel like you're making progress, right? You don't just stand there holding up a shield. It's more so like if you time it right, they can bounce the projectile back or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I prefer that, you know. But anyway. But is there anything else I want to say? I think that's it. I don't know. It's an interesting game. It's very difficult though. You know, the way it's designed currently anyway is just super difficult. I guess we'll see if the developer does anything else. But I mean, what I've seen so far, it definitely is very cool. It's just, yeah. I would play whatever they make next if it's a little bit more... Oh, I don't know what the word is, but like more balance, I guess. That's a very subjective, like vague word, but like more balance, basically. You know, a little bit more. It feels more like it doesn't get that hard so fast. You know, like it feels more of like a curve. You know, instead of like suddenly it's super hard. You know, like what, and then you die. I don't know. I feel like you need to have more of a ramp up, you know. It needs to feel like you're actually like getting more powerful, you know, bit by bit, you know, a little bit faster. I feel like, I don't know, that's what I feel. At least that's what I think about when I think of roguelike games, which again, not a big fan of, but that's, you know, that's generally what I think of. Anything else? I guess that's it. Anyway, I don't want to ramble for too long, but there you go. That's Project Hollow. Definitely took a long time just to even beat one loop. The idea is to do it like multiple times, but I don't know if I'll do that. So there you go. I guess I should mention as a little reminder, if anyone happens to be watching the VOD so far, if you didn't know, I actually stream these games live, so be sure to you know, follow, or what do you call it? Subscribe rather. Subscribe to my channel, change the notifications from personalized to all to get notified when I go live, and also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. So there you go. That'll be it for this game. That'll be it for the stream as well. It's been about like 4 hours, more than 4 hours. I think that's good. So let's press the little button, and there you go. Let me just say as well, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time, and I guess next time I'll do something else. I'll probably return. It's probably, you know, it's funny. I think someone, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, someone disliked my stream yesterday, like the thumbs down. I wanted to make a joke about how, like, I'm just gonna hunt them down. You know, but I shouldn't say that. Anyway, but I'll probably go back to it, you know, because I like it. I want to return to it. I want to return to the Alina of the Arena roguelike deck builder game because I like it. I want to do more of that. But that's probably what I'll do next week. But at least like one time, like once a week maybe, until like I finish it, or like, you know, see enough of the content maybe. But also I'll do something else as well. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But there you go. Yeah, I guess that'll be it for today. So thanks for watching. I'll see you around. Bye.